reincarnated as a god. It should have been a blissful, carefree eternity. Yet now I face utter destruction, both body and soul. For 10 whole years, not a single bit of incense was offered. The clay idol that houses me is now cracked and dried up. The deep fissure between the brows is undeniable proof my divine power has run dry. To make matters worse, this entire remote mountain has been shrouded in thick, dark mist for miles around. The monsters have all been subdued. Yet greedy evil spirits are hungrily eyeing this ruined temple, just waiting for me to fall from the altar, so they can pounce and tear me apart, at the brink of life and death. Finally, a ripple spreads through my sea of consciousness. The merit and destiny system emerges in response. But this system, of all things, demands a wisp of mortal faith before it can be awakened and activated. As I rack my brain for a way out, on the silent, wild trail outside, suddenly the sound of chaotic footsteps breaks the stillness. A change is coming. Outside the crumbling temple doors, 3 figures stumble in. A weather-beaten young couple, struggling to support an elderly woman on the brink of death, her eyes nearly closed. They barely manage to kneel and drag themselves through the entrance. Liu Quan props her up, while grumbling impatiently, "Mother, your leg is in this condition. Yet you insist on coming here to offer incense. Look at how rundown this temple is. These past 10+ years, aside from you, who else has ever come in?" Old Lady Liu gropes forward inside, but her voice is especially forceful. "Others not worshipping Lord Zhuanyang. That's their business. But my life was saved by Lord Zhuanyang." After entering, Old Lady Liu reaches for the altar table. Her hand covered in ash, the censer toppled to the side. The whole temple feels chillingly deserted. She sighs softly at the altar, then pulls a stick of incense from her sleeve, refusing to let her son interfere, and with trembling hands, lights it herself. With eyes closed, she prays, "Lord Zhuanyang, I know my days are numbered. Before I go, I just wanted to visit you one more time. You saved my life back then, and all these years you've been with me. What I can't bear the most is never seeing you again." As her words fell, the leftover memories of the original body resurfaced. When Old Lady Liu was little, her name was Wanzi. At age 10, she took the sheep up the mountain every day, only returning home at dusk. One night, rushing home in the dark again, she ran into a hungry wolf. It knocked her down instantly, its jaws nearly clamping her throat. At that deadly moment, a shout suddenly rang out from behind. The wolf was startled and fled. Huanzi turned around and saw a middle-aged man standing in the distance. He waved at her, signaling her to hurry home. That face was identical to the Zhuanyang Lord statue in the temple. From that day on, she came to burn incense at the temple every 10 days or so, cleaned up the shrine as she could, and chatted with Lord Zhuanyang. At first, it was family gossip, but gradually it became habit. In her heart, Lord Zhuanyang was not just a god, but more like an elder who always watched over her, a friend who would never leave. And this habit she kept for decades, until Wanzi became Old Lady Liu. A year ago, after her leg broke, she was bedridden. She never made it back again. With the incense gone from the temple, Zhuanyang slowly faded away. 3 days ago, that true spirit was snuffed out completely. And that's when I took over. Thinking of this made me shudder inside. Old Lady Liu still quietly prays, "Lord Zhuanyang, I just wish I could see you one more time, just like when I was a child, with you walking behind me, as I chattered and sang on the way. And looking back, I'd see you right there. But now I'm blind. Can't even feel your statue anymore." After saying this, her hands trembled, but she managed to plant the incense steadily into the censer. In that moment, the system finally responded. That single stick of incense instantly gave me 10 points of merit. The newbie quest was completed on the spot. The system was now officially activated. It granted me 3 divine abilities at once: dream invasion, blessing, intimidation. Another quest popped up: rebuild the divine statue, with 200 more merit awaiting upon completion. I immediately checked my stats panel. My current title was still only Zhuanyang. My divine rank the lowest possible. The territory was even sadder, barely covering a single mile. Total merit, 60 points. At least I had 3 divine abilities now, but no cultivation methods yet. And the system's assessment was even more disheartening: too few believers. Spirit lamp dimly flickering, prone to extinguish at any moment. I tried adding 5 points of merit to my rank. Sure enough, the number ticked up. The remaining merit points dropped by exactly 5. Now I had it figured out. You can directly use merit to boost your rank, but maxing this tier would take a full 100 merit. And right now I'm flat broke. Can't afford to randomly throw points around. I turned to check the 3 divine abilities. Dream Invasion lets you enter someone's dream and communicate with their soul. Blessing lets you bestow good fortune on the target, though at this stage it only works on believers. Intimidation fills the target with fear, making them dare not resist, or even compelling obedience. All 3 are quite decent, and apparently scale with level. As I tried to investigate further, I found I couldn't directly add points behind the divine abilities. Looks like the upgrade method is different. But one thing I had realized: if just one incense stick from Old Lady Liu could give me some merit, then if the whole village came to worship, my merit would skyrocket. By that time, more functions of the system would likely unlock one by one. But the problem is, how do I get more people to burn incense for me? The original Zhuanyang had stayed in this village for decades, yet managed to keep only one believer. Wait, didn't Old Lady want to see me? Maybe I could grant that wish, and also use her to help spread my name. I glanced at the Dream Invasion ability, and came up with a plan. That night, Old Lady Liu coughed until midnight before finally dozing off. Ever since she'd gone blind, her dreams had been gray and colorless. But tonight, she dreamed she had returned to her girlhood, running freely in sun-drenched, wildflower-filled woods. She ran with abandon, until suddenly she sensed someone coming up behind her. She turned, and saw me transformed into Lord Zhuanyang. Except I was no longer the vague gray statue of before, but a living person smiling kindly at her. Lord Zhuanyang, am I dreaming? You are dreaming, I answered gently. You'll be leaving soon. I came here specially to send off an old friend. A friend? You are a god, Lord Zhuanyang. I clasped my hands in a salute, and bowed deeply to her. That bow was for the original body. Please, Lord Zhuanyang, you can't do this. Old Lady Liu blurted out in a panic. Thank you for looking after me all these years. Do you have any wishes left in this world? My only wish was to see you before I died. And now I am content. Old Lady Liu began to weep in excitement. That doesn't count. Don't you want to see your children and grandchildren one last time, and say a proper goodbye? What? Mrs. Liu was shocked. But how can a blind person like me see them? All right, see you. I waved at him with a smile. The scene twisted. Old Mrs. Liu woke up shivering. She turned her head to look at the oil lamp burning at the bedside. Her heart trembled violently. I can see,
he said excitedly.
His excited voice woke up his son, who had stayed all night on the small bed nearby because he was critically ill. Daughter-in-law, you're awake, need to spit. Zhou Quan rubbed his eyes and got up to fetch the spittoon. He stopped when his gaze swept across his mother's face. A moment later, the spittoon in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. Mom, you can see now. Little Quan, old Mrs. Liu wiped her tears. She hugged her son. Then she called her grandson and granddaughter over too. After waking up, her eyes are healed. This really is heaven opening its eyes. Liu Quan couldn't believe it. But old Mrs. Liu took his hand and shook her head. It's not heaven opening its eyes. It's the suspended goat's eye. The deity took pity on me. So before this old lady leaves, they let me see you all with my own eyes. Say goodbye. From midair, I saw all this. Satisfied, I left. After using 2 supernatural powers and exhausting my spiritual energy, I returned to the statue to rest. The constant sounds of kowtowing woke me up. I opened my eyes to look. Below the main hall, a family of 4 in mourning attire was kneeling. They kowtowed loudly. It was Liu Quan's family. Lord Zhuanyang, my mom is gone. Liu Quan sobbed. Before she left, she told us about your miracle. We misunderstood you before when we were ignorant. We hope you can forgive us. From now on, I will take my mother's place and faithfully serve Lord Zhuanyang. After saying this, they kowtowed 3 more times. He asked his family to take turns offering incense. Merit +2, merit +2, merit +5, merit +7. How much merit is earned depends on their devotion. 7 points is from Liu Quan. 5 is from his wife. The clueless kids only give 2 points. Not as much as old Mrs. Liu's 10 points. But at least the first step has been made. If growth continues steadily, being a god in this world doesn't sound so bad. Even though it's just a small amount of divine power, the future seems promising. Sorting through my native memories, I figured out my location. Liu Family Village, Julong Town, Shiakai County, Huainan Prefecture, Qingzhou, Zhou Country. Though this world looks like ancient China, it's actually divided among warlords. And it's crawling with man-eating demons and evil spirits. Ordinary people are like leeks waiting to be cut in front of the evil spirits. Even if the authorities recruit warriors, they can barely defend against them. It really is a chaotic world. Looks like, as a little local god of this mountain village, I need to survive the early period first. I have to lay low for now. Otherwise, my life could be in danger any minute. I took a deep breath and started planning my new life seriously. Lord Zhuanyang, we're leaving now. Once the funeral's over tomorrow, I'll come fix up the main hall. Liu Quan and his wife kowtowed and left. The next evening, after the funeral, Liu Quan and his wife came to the village temple. They cleaned up. They fixed the tables and chairs. Neighbors passing by were surprised. Quan, what, you two suddenly have too much free time? Weren't you always against your mom worshipping Lord Zhuanyang? Why are you doing the same thing today? Liu Quan put down the broom and explained sincerely. Before my mom passed, Lord Zhuanyang showed his power. He healed her eyes. Lord Zhuanyang is really effective. You should come offer incense too. He'll bless you all. Everyone waved and left. This repeated countless times all morning. Even with Liu Quan sincerely trying, he couldn't get anyone to offer incense. Some even made sarcastic remarks. Looks like everyone still holds a big grudge against me. I shook my head with a bitter smile. Developing the whole village market won't be easy. Brother Zhuan Lord Zhuanyang. Is he really that effective? Ayan, wife of Liu Da, you from the village, came over with a worried face. Of course, what I just said is all true. How could I possibly joke about my own mother? Da, you left before dawn to gather herbs, and hasn't come back yet. I'm really worried. Then hurry and find the village chief. Ask him to send people into the mountains to look for him. Ayan added. But it's even worse. He went to Jupan Mountain. What? Liu Quan exclaimed. Jupan Mountain is unfathomable. A white mist appears at night, often haunted by demons. Nobody comes back. Why would you go there for herbs? My dad was injured. The doctor said he needs ginseng soup to recover. But we can't afford to buy any. So Dayu went into the mountains to search. But he searched all the nearby mountains and didn't find any. And you know my Dayu is very filial. So now he went to Jupan Mountain. He wouldn't listen no matter how I tried to stop him. Ayan burst into tears. The village chief has already taken people up there. But he doesn't dare enter the mountain at night. They can only wait at the entrance. I've got no other choice. Quan, do you think Lord Zhuanyang will help with something like this? Ayan, you married in from another village, so you probably don't know our Lord Zhuanyang well. He's never been effective. Praying to him is not as good as joining the chief and the others to worship the mountain god. The villagers nearby waved dismissively. Don't listen to them. Liu Quan glared at a few people and pulled Ayan aside. Sincerity brings miracles. Ayan, just pray sincerely. Lord Zhuanyang will definitely bring Dayu back safely. All right, I'll try. Ayan entered the temple. She looked at the broken statue and made a vow. Lord Zhuanyang, if Dayu returns safely, I am willing to rebuild your sacred statue. Merit 5. Only 5 points. But for someone only praying in an emergency, that's not bad. What he wished for just matches my mission. But for her husband, I can't do it. My system's range is only 1 mile around Liu Family Village. At best, I can reach Jupan Mountain's entrance. If Liu Dayu gets into trouble, not only will I not get the new statue, Liu Quan's loyalty will plummet. Now what? I've got a bit of a headache. Let's go check it out first. I projected my spiritual sense out of my body and flew toward Jupan Mountain, not far from the village. The air around me grew thick and heavy like sticky water. With greater resistance, the farther I went. I had to give up, just when I was out of options. A swirl of incense smoke drifted over. Where's this incense smell coming from? As a god, I'm sensitive to incense. Following the smoke, I saw a nearby hill shrouded in mist. Dozens of people were kneeling around an altar, worshipping. Curious, I drew closer. Turns out it was village chief Lu Fu and the villagers from Lu family village, praying and making offerings at the altar. A ranking match. Chifeng mountain god. Ganeng is actually worshipping the mountain god. Damn it, I'm pissed off. Liu Fu and the others don't dare to venture into the mountains at night to find Lu Deyong. So they set up an altar to pray to the gods, hoping to ease their worry. The thing is, I am the official village deity of Liu family village. They'd rather worship some vague mountain god than worship me. The key thing is, the first offering is actually a whole pig's head. I feel utterly insulted. But besides being angry and helpless, I can't do anything else that's righteous. Suddenly, I hear a chewing sound in my mind. A fairly large owl lands on the altar, happily eating vegetarian rice. Looking closely, there's a faint fiery red aura swirling around him. Turns out he's a little demon. An idea strikes me. Jupin Mountain is crawling with evil spirits. Mortals can't enter easily, but a little demon going up the mountain. Bringing someone out shouldn't be too hard. I quietly approach. The owl eating rice speaks out majestically. What are you eating? Why are you here? The owl suddenly stands up. Seeing me wrapped in golden light, he instantly goes weak in the knees from fear. As he's about to spread his wings and flee, he feels as if struck by a heavy blow. Falls straight off the offering table. Oh, what terrifying power! No wonder they say divine power is irresistible. He has no idea I used my divine intimidation technique. If he didn't possess strong demonic power, he'd probably lose his mind right then and there. I could command him at will. Using this drained most of my spiritual power. I had no strength for a second attempt. I could only bite the bullet and protect him. I am merciful. I don't wish to harm you. But if you try running away again, don't blame me for being harsh. I won't run. I'll behave. Please, great deity, spare me. The owl gets up, bows repeatedly to the deity plaque, begging for mercy using demon spiritual communication. Honorable mountain god, hoo-hoo. I didn't mean to eat your offering. You are mighty and powerful. Please spare this little demon. I'm speechless. I'm not the mountain god. I'm Xuanyang. The owl is stunned, blinks and recalls for a moment. Then his face fills with shock. He's been around this area for quite some time. Never saw Lord Xuanyang manifest. But a deity naming himself can't be lying. Sorry, Lord Xuanyang. I shouldn't have eaten your offering. The owl bows furiously. I need you to do something for me. I get straight to the point. The owl listens to my request, but furrows his brow. The person the deity spoke of. This little demon happened to come across him earlier while wandering nearby. He was lured by a yellow weasel spirit in the mountain. That yellow weasel spirit loves seducing young men and holds a wedding ceremony with human customs, then takes the man's key to replenish its own, drains his young energy until exhausted. The little demon isn't afraid of it, but they've always kept to themselves. If I snatch the human from it, I'm afraid he won't let go. He even dares to bargain. I snort coldly. I certainly won't make you do this for nothing. When you return, I will reward you myself. The owl is delighted. Hastily bows. Deity, you're too kind. It's an honor for this little demon to serve you. The reward doesn't matter, but a little something would be nice. However, with my little demon's reputation, that yellow demon may not be willing to release the person. If you could give me some token, so the yellow demon believes it's legitimate, and not me pretending by royal order, I'm sure he'll give face. For a token, I see an unused candle on the offering table. I casually pick one up. Infuse it with remaining magic power. The owl understands, grabs the candle and flies toward Jupin Mountain. Hey, look, that bird took the candle. A young man shouts in surprise. Village Chief Liu Fu glances over, pays no attention. He turns to Liu Deyu's father, Liu Ang, second uncle, even though we've made offerings. Whether the mountain god will help us is still unknown. We've done all we can. You should be prepared in your heart. Thank you, Chief, for your help. Liu Ang nods gloomily, putting hope in the mountain god. It's truly out of desperation. Uncle, should we invite Master Hui? I've heard, even if we don't usually make offerings, as long as the 3 sacrifices are given, Master Hui can still manifest. A villager suggests. Liu Fu gives him a glare. Master Hui's debt of death never gets paid off. That's not a free invitation. It's just one piece of meat a year. Those villagers who worship Master Hui for the past few years, which hasn't had good weather and crops. Yeah, even Bigya Gang joined in recently. Why don't we take this chance to start worshipping Master Hui too? That's right. Master Hui is upfront about his price. Our village's Xuan Yanji doesn't ask for anything, but doesn't handle affairs either. The villagers discuss lively. Liu Fu understands. They're taking this opportunity to worship an evil god for safety. He's tempted, but can't bear to do it. Sacrificing a child each year. That's what matters. Liu Fu sighs. Hey kid, come play. We haven't finished our ceremony yet. Deep in Jupin Mountain, Liu Deyu looks at the alluring silhouette closing in step by step with terror. He knows this seemingly charming woman is actually a deadly yellow weasel spirit. Thinking of his encounter earlier, Liu Deyu is filled with regret. She tricked him with the excuse of showing him the way and resting, luring him into a deserted grave cave. If not for the last moment, smelling that familiar scent of yellow weasel, and risking everything to escape, he'd probably be a dried corpse by now. In despair, Liu Deyu slips, falls into wild grass. A soft hand instantly presses on the back of his head. Since you won't marry me, husband, we'll just move on to the next step. That hand suddenly tightens, grabs his neck, lifting him into the air. Liu Deyu instantly loses consciousness and suffocates. The yellow weasel spirit throws him down, about to tear open his chest and take blood. A huge bird swoops down and pecks hard at her hand. Stop! The yellow weasel is startled. She releases her grip in pain, glares coldly at the owl radiating demon aura. We're both of the same kind. Why are you interfering? Aunt, Sister Huang, please calm down. I was sent here specifically to save this person. The owl communicates with spiritual voice. Sent by whom? The village deity of Liu family village, Lord Xuanyang. Simply because he's a Liu family villager. The yellow weasel spirit laughs coarsely. You can try that line on someone else. Maybe you could fool me. I've been in these mountains for years. Never heard of any Lord Xuanyang. And that Liu family village is just a tiny dump. You really believe someone like that could foster a real god? Do you actually believe it yourself? The owl already knew you wouldn't believe it, Big Sis Huang. Xuan Yang specifically gave me a token. Just watch as the owl lights the candle. Within that pure blue flame, there's a clear and awe-inspiring divine presence that's untouchable. Huang's golden, purple eyes narrowed suddenly, her face full of shock. There's really a god descending on Jupin Mountain County. But he quickly calmed down. Even if it's a god, I'm still an evil spirit who kills and steals young energy. What good could he possibly do for me? Big Sis Huang, even if there's no direct benefit, don't you want to tie this kind of fate with any mortal? The owl grinned slyly. There's always tomorrow. Can you honestly say? You'll never need Lord Xuanyang's help someday. Why risk offending a god for an ordinary human? Huang Pizi was convinced. He glanced down at Liu Deyu. There are rules in Jupin Mountain. You should know them. No one can go out after dark. I didn't make these rules. I wouldn't dare break them. If he can walk out by himself, then it's not my problem. Thank you, Auntie. I thank you on behalf of Lord Xuanyang, Big Sis Huang. The owl landed down, facing the unconscious Liu Deyu. Liu Deyu suddenly jolted awake. I'm not dead? He sat up abruptly, looking around anxiously. Huang Pizi was gone. Only an owl stared at him, eyes round like bronze bells. It tilted its head, watching him, with half-a-lit candle still in its beak. The owl circled a few times, then flew off into the distance, only to circle back a moment later, calling out a couple of times. Then it flew forward again, repeating the process. Anyone but a fool could see it was trying to lead the way. How odd. Where is it taking me? Is it leading me home? Liu Deyu didn't hesitate long, and followed after it. He vaguely guessed his survival probably had something to do with this night owl, especially the candlelight, which somehow gave him a strange feeling of comfort. Deep in the eerie, haunted Jupin Mountain, At nightfall, Jupan Mountain fills with poisonous miasma. Ordinary people can never find their way out of this maze. If the owl relied on itself, it probably couldn't guarantee Liu Diu wouldn't get lost. Luckily, I gave it a candle. The spell-fueled flame became the steadiest beacon in the dark. Nothing evil can get near. The owl carried the candle through the sky ahead, Liu Diu following close behind. Every time he felt lost, he'd just look up and see that little guiding light. Outside the mountain, villagers who had been waiting for an hour or two were growing impatient. Brother Ang, Ayan, it's already this late. Still nothing from Dayu. Guess he's not coming back. We still got lives to live, don't we? Let's just head home first. Liu Ang's father, tears streaming down his face, let his relatives help him away. Is Dayu really never coming back? Ayan looked back in tears, staring hopelessly toward Jupan Mountain. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Far off, a flickering candle flame faintly illuminated a hurried figure. Ayan's heart leapt into his throat. He wiped his tears away, staring as hard as he could. The more he looked, the more familiar it seemed. Then he pushed through the crowd, racing desperately toward the shadow. At first, a few people tried to stop him, thinking he'd lost his mind and was about to run into the mountain to die. But more and more people started to notice the candlelight and the figure beneath it. Hey, it's Dayu! The crowd surged forward all at once. Dayu, Dayu. It's really you. Only after hugging his son did Liu Ang dare believe this wasn't a dream. He cried tears of joy. Ayan, overwhelmed, pulled out the flatbread he'd hidden in his clothes and handed it to Dayu. Why are your clothes all torn? And your shoes are gone too. What happened to you in the mountains? How did you make it back? Village Chief Liu Fu urged anxiously. Liu Dayu, you're the first person to ever walk out of Jupan Mountain alive. Eating the bread, Liu Dayu told everyone how he encountered the Huang Pizi spirit, omitting the embarrassing part where he nearly got married off. That demon almost strangled me to death. I thought I was a goner. It must have been the night owl who saved me from it. Then it used a candle to guide me out. If not for it, I'd never have made it out alive. Only then did everyone remember. They'd just seen a bird flying with a candle in its beak. Someone sharp-eyed among the crowd spotted that mysterious owl, sitting on the altar of the mountain god, buried in eating plain rice. That's him. That's the one. Yeah, that's right. I saw him grab the candle and fly off with it from the altar. I figured it out. It must have been the mountain god appearing in spirit, sending him to help. Liu Fu was thrilled. They thought the altar was just for peace of mind, never expecting the mountain god to actually manifest. Let's all pay respects. Liu Fu led the way, everyone kneeling before the altar at once, bowing repeatedly. Hoo-hoo! The owl in the middle of eating was so upset it almost choked. It was obviously Lord Zhuanyang who saved the man. And these idiots gave all the credit to some useless mountain god. Bang! The owl kicked over the offering table with a thud. Offerings spilled everywhere. Startled, the kneeling villagers looked up and were met with the owl's angry glare. Hoo-hoo! The owl circled a few times in the air, then headed straight into the village. Is it telling us to follow? Liu Diu shouted immediately. Maybe it has something to show us. Let's all go check it out. Liu Fu led the crowd, curiosity piqued, following along. No one could have expected that this so-called envoy of the mountain god would lead them all the way back to the village. Then, in front of everyone, fly straight into the run-down Zhuanyang temple. Everyone stared at each other, confused. Could it be Lord Zhuanyang sent the owl to save that man? Someone asked tentatively. Impossible, even if Lord Zhuanyang is real. How would he know? Dayu was trapped in the mountain. And why would he bother to help us at all? We only prayed to the mountain god before. We never came here to offer incense. Liu Fu shook his head repeatedly. Yes. Before I went up the mountain, I came to the temple to pay respects to Lord Zhuanyang. I asked him to bless Dayu's return. It must have been Lord Zhuanyang who revealed his power. A Yun immediately stepped forward. Liu Quan also testified nearby. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Their eyes widened in shock. The one who saved the man wasn't the mountain god, but was actually our village's own household god that has been neglected for who knows how many years. Lord Zhuanyang looked at the old, worn-out temple. Liu Fu's face turned bright red with embarrassment. It's been over 10 years. Yet this god, forgotten by the whole village, isn't just alive. But for the sake of one ordinary villager, he even dared to snatch someone from a powerful demon. Chubby, go get the offerings prepared for the mountain god. Zhuanyang too. How can we give him someone else's leftovers? Go prepare 3 fresh sacrificial animals. Let's worship Lord Zhuanyang. Inside the Liu family village's small temple, the incense table was wiped spotless. Newly gathered offering pork head was set out. Whole chicken and whole fish too. Over 30 households in the village, except those bedridden, all squeezed into and around the temple. They listened to the story of Lu Daiyu. The villagers were both amazed and delighted. Their household god really had returned. Village chief Liu Fu led the main ceremony. He led the kneeling and congratulated the household god. Another round of festive worship. Merit points plus 100. This month, you may still receive 2 more ceremonies. To think you could gain so much merit from just 1 round of worship. I was secretly thrilled. Once the ceremony ended, the villagers lined up to offer incense. Merit 2. Merit 3. Watching the merit numbers jump, I felt extremely satisfied. Although most villagers only offered 1 or 2 points of merit. Obviously, they were just following the crowd for fun. Having the village chief vouch for it already exceeded my expectations. This alone already far surpassed my expectations. Lord Zhuanyang, we've really neglected you in the past. That was our mistake. Please forgive us with your generous heart. From now on, we will worship you properly. Liu Fu's face was filled with guilt. I wasn't bothered. After all, the relationship between humans and gods is essentially an exchange of interests. If you don't grant miracles, why should people worship you? Do more in the future, and faith will naturally follow. Late at night, after everyone left, in the main hall, only Liu Daiyu's family and Liu Quan A Yun and their younger siblings remained. Was I wrong? As long as you sincerely worship him, Lord Zhuanyang will definitely answer and help. Liu Quan looked proud. As the #1 believer, he was honored. You made a vow to rebuild the statue for Lord Zhuanyang later. You have to keep your promise. Don't worry, Quan. Liu Daiyu answered excitedly. My life was saved by Lord Zhuanyang. I'll go find craftsmen tomorrow. Even if I have to sell everything I have, I'll make sure a proper statue is made for Lord Zhuanyang. Once everyone left, I was about to check the system panel when I heard 2 soft grunts. I looked down and saw the owl lying on the ground with a face full of flattery. Divine Lord, you have no idea how dangerous it was at that moment. If it weren't for this little demon arriving just in time, Liu Deo would have definitely died. Yellow Weasel Spirit spared them for my sake. That's the only reason he let them go. And also, these foolish humans actually thought it was the mountain god who saved them. They even wanted to worship the mountain god. I was so furious at that moment, I kicked over the offering table right away and brought them here to meet the true god.
He described his accomplishments dramatically,
with his big wide eyes full of expectation. Not bad. I spoke up. I always keep my word. I'll give you 1 stick of incense. As soon as he got the stick, the owl wilted. Did all that work just for this? Why are you stunned? Come over here. The owl walked over suspiciously. As soon as he stepped up, the 3 incense sticks in the burner suddenly burned rapidly, and a cloud of blue smoke swept right into his face. So fragrant. The owl couldn't help but take a big sniff. The smoke entered his body, turning instantly into a stream of pure warmth that spread throughout him. Crack something inside him seemed to break. It was the barrier blocking his energy flow. The owl was moved to tears. 3 realm barriers that had blocked him for a year or 2. Even after all his effort, he couldn't break through. And now just 1 incense stick directly broke through 2 levels. A miracle! You truly are a divine lord. Just 1 stick of incense from you is worth years of hard cultivation. As the barrier melted away, the owl's body changed as well. His body grew enormous, and dark red feathers sprouted from his wings and tail. They shone brilliantly under the candlelight. Merit points minus 20. I received a system notification for the deduction. Just now I used my blessing power and transformed 20 merit points into spiritual fortune for him. Even though I just collected a bunch, 20 points isn't exactly little. But since I hired someone, of course I can't be stingy. How does that feel? I asked the owl, who just opened his eyes again. I, little demon, am about to break through to a new level. Thank you, Divine Lord. The owl was so excited he bowed his head. May the Lord have 10,000 years of longevity, and many descendants and blessings. I was speechless. What children can a god like me have? By the way, why do you now have red feathers? What's that about? I was curious. The change in feathers probably means I'm preparing to take human form. But normally the new feathers are the original color. How come mine are fire red? The owl looked down at himself, muttering to himself, could I be the 1 in a million bird king? This little guy's narcissism is almost a match for mine. From now on, visit me often. As long as you complete the tasks I give you, I won't treat you poorly. Go ahead. I was eager to check the system and sent him off. Thank you, Divine Lord. The owl knocked his head a few more times in thanks, and flew away happily. Name, Chun Yang. Title, Lord Zhuan Yang. Rank, minor. Divinity, lower class 100. Territory, about a mile radius. Divine abilities, dreamwalking, beginner, bestowal, beginner. Deter evil, beginner. Techniques, none. Merit points, 183. Evaluation, few believers. Spirit lamp is dim amidst chaos, in constant danger of extinguishing. At the moment, the only thing I can upgrade is my rank. Without hesitation, I invested 95 points into it. Bus bells rang in my mind. An ancient aura surged from within my spiritual core, growing wildly along my spiritual veins like vines. The numb, tingling feeling almost made me lose control. With the aura running through my whole body, returning to my spiritual core, I finally escaped my half-dream, half-awake state. Even as a spirit body, I now felt transparent inside and out, totally different from before. The biggest change was the spiritual power in my core grew from walnut-sized to fist-sized. I tried activating my power. Golden light shone forth, so fast it left afterimages. My physical condition improved. Mana boost. Looks like the rank is equivalent to the realm. Let's check the panel again. The rank has changed to Minor Wild God. Mid-grade 0200. Upgrade requirements have doubled directly. I still have 88 merit points left. I can't upgrade for now. I'll keep checking further. I found there's a store added at the very bottom. I knew it. How could a golden finger system not have a store? I excitedly opened it, but my expression froze instantly. There are only 2 items. Thunder Art, Yellow Tier Technique. Can enhance unarmed attack types. Exchange for 300 merit points. True Essence Pill, D Tier Medicine function. Can provide a chance to advance rank. Exchange for 50,000. How many merit points? I counted 3 times. Made sure I wasn't wrong 0. This system must be nuts. I'm a poor god who can't even scrounge up 200 merit points. Yet it shows me a product worth 50,000. Only 2 slots total, and one is just wasted. As for the other Thunder Art for 300 merit points, that's not too expensive. And it's exactly the combat skill I urgently need. Too bad I'm still way short. There are a few prompts at the bottom of the interface. Congratulations, host. Mole system activated. Special ability granted. Celestial phenomena. The number of items on sale in the mall is related to your title rank. The mall refreshes on the first day of each month. Please exchange your desired items in time. Refreshes on the first day of each month. Still a dozen or so days left. Shouldn't be hard to rack up 300 for Thunder Art. I then checked out the new divine power, Heavenly Phenomena. Can change the weather to either rain or wind. Effect depends on level. A low-end version of calling wind and rain. Looks like special abilities are mainly used to benefit followers. Techniques are the real combat skills. Early next morning, Liu Deu's family came to offer incense. I eagerly waited for merit points to be credited, but the incense burned down completely, and nothing happened. Opened the panel and saw. Turns out, when the same person offers incense multiple times in a month, only the first time generates merit points. Makes sense. Otherwise, I could just send visions making followers pray daily. Wouldn't that mean infinite point farming? But with this rule, it's a big problem. Liu village only has about 100 people. Even if all citizens become followers, that's just a few hundred merit points a month. That 50,000 true essence pill, I'd have to save up till who knows when. I have to find a way to expand the follower base. Developing into neighboring villages is the only way. This world is extremely superstitious. Once a village god is established, it won't change for hundreds of years. Unless there's an extremely strong reason. Otherwise, it's hard for other villages to change allegiance. Forget it, just focus on managing Liu village well first. I pondered to myself. Last night everyone followed the chief and paid their respects. How long the enthusiasm lasts is still uncertain. I need an opportunity so they feel they can't do without me. Just as I was thinking, Liu Deyu brought a man before the statue. Lord Zhuanyang. This is Master Niu the carpenter I invited from Niu village. He's here to restore the statue for you. Brother Niu, since you're already here, go ahead and offer a stick of incense to our Lord Zhuanyang. Niu the carpenter curled his lip and said, if you ask me, since you're so sincere about restoring the statue, why not worship Old Gray, like we do? Guarantees you good weather every year. Niu, how dare you slander Lord Zhuanyang in front of us? Forget it, we don't need your services. Let's go, said Liu Daiyu angrily. All right, I was just talking nonsense. I apologize to Lord Zhuanyang. Niu the carpenter half-heartedly slapped his mouth, picked up the incense and prayed casually. Merit points gained. 0. Even children get at least a little from offering incense. This jerk gave me nothing at all. Really looks down on my Old Gray. That's the evil spirit that demands a young boy every year. I sneered to myself. Got a good look at him. Making such a big statue costs 3 taels of silver. Delivery in half a month. Niu the carpenter finished measuring and said, 3 taels. Liu Deyu looked troubled. My family will have to sell everything just to scrape up to Brother Niu. Please charge less. I can charge less. But can you pay less? Reshaping the statue for a god. No bargaining allowed. Give me the 2 now. After you harvest your wheat, settle the rest. Niu the carpenter earnestly persuaded. Fine, Liu Daiyu agreed through gritted teeth, for Zhuanyang to get a makeover. Eating dried sweet potatoes for a month is worth it for the whole family. Hehe, Brother Liu, you're generous. Come on, let's go get the silver. Niu the carpenter left arm in arm with Liu Daiyu, smiling ear to ear. Just as they left, a bird flew and flapping its wings, landed at the statue's feet. Bow after bow. Little demon greets the divine lord. It was the owl, looking totally sycophantic. After I went home last night, I kept thinking about the divine lord's heroic presence, and just couldn't sleep. I've never admired a god this much before. Lord Zhuanyang, you are the beacon on my life's journey. Whoa, hold up. I interrupted quickly. The point is, after much consideration, I want to move my home to that old locust tree in your yard, so I can always listen to your teachings. Serve you. Serve me, you're probably just after my incense, huh? I seriously considered his proposal. With my current divine sense, I can now appear and communicate with mortals. But as a god, I must keep a certain distance and mystery from my followers. Too close or too far isn't good. Having a little underling to run errands isn't a bad idea. In the future, I'll need a go-between to deliver messages. To handle errands, an owl is pretty suitable, but must be disciplined first. Make sure he's loyal at the core. I looked at him and spoke slowly. I have been in seclusion for years. Just woke up. I do need someone by my side now. If you sincerely wish to serve under me, there are plenty of benefits. Incense offerings like yesterday. I can grant you 1 stick a month. 1 stick a month. The owl was stunned. Even 1 stick a year would surpass his own cultivation speed by far. Divine Lord is so generous. Divine Lord, I haven't finished yet. I cut him off. Once you pledge yourself to me, you cannot change your mind. If you ever betray me, I'll destroy you in an instant. So think carefully. I waved my hand. My mana turned into an invisible boulder over his head. The terrifying pressure rendered him immobile, as if the boulder dropped even half a notch. His brains would burst. The owl shook uncontrollably, then bowed in submission. Little demon is willing to serve under the divine lord. If I ever have thoughts of betrayal, no need for the divine lord to act. Heaven and earth will punish me. I withdrew my mana, satisfied. Now that we're on the same side, stop calling me lord. From now on, you can call me Shenzhen. Boss isn't dignified enough. Shenzhen sounds a bit over the top, but it's flashy. An obedient little demon will listen to whatever Shenzhen says. I nodded. By the way, I still don't know your situation. Let's start with introductions. From the very basics, the most basic things. The owl scratched his head. The little demon is a female eagle. I was stunned. Female? I always thought you were male. Wait, hold up. The little demon is a female eagle. Not really female. Is there a difference? After explaining repeatedly, I finally understood. In classical Chinese, mother means male. The language in this world is quite similar to ancient Waxia. Never thought a bird would start quoting classical Chinese at me. Then he began to tell his story. In this world, every creature has a chance to become a demon, usually by ingesting spiritual herbs or living in spiritual veins. Animals with strong spirituality like foxes, weasels, rabbits, willows, and mice are more likely. But the chance for night owls to become demons is only about 0.2 to 0.3%. He's the lucky one. In that big fire, my parents and siblings couldn't escape. They all died in the flames. Only I barely managed to fly out. He sighed deeply. All the feathers on my body caught fire that night. I just flew out of the burning chaos and fainted from the pain. When I woke up, the fire was already out. But somehow I suddenly awakened intelligence. That was 3 years ago. After becoming a demon, I lived alone in the forest. It was pretty lonely. But today is different. Today I met Shenzhen. From now on, I'm not alone anymore. Just a second ago, I was feeling melancholy. And the next, I'm pouring my heart out in loyalty. But this whole reborn through fire awakening sounds like a special opportunity. So, what's your name? The little demon doesn't have a name yet. Please, Shenzhen, give me one. He looked at me with eyes full of hope. Your eyes are so big. Let's just call you Big Eyes. How's that? Sounds good, right? He forced a smile, trying to convince himself that the name is okay. Big Eye does sound kind of slapdash. By the way, you have a bunch of red feathers on your back. Why not just call you Shi-Yu, Red Feather? Thanks, boss. Red Feather was thrilled. This name has way more class than Big Eye. Meanwhile, a prompt appeared before me. Spend 2,000 merit points to form a soul vessel bond with the spirit beast. This probably isn't a mission, but more like a reward redemption. Marked at 2,000 merit points in the system. The benefits of this soul vessel must be tremendous. Unfortunately, I'm dirt poor, so I have to give up. After being accepted, Red Feather, excited, built a nest and settled on the old locust tree in the yard. He even brought all his old belongings. A big bag of peanuts, pine nuts, and dried mice. And a piece of cloth allegedly used for surviving lightning tribulation, to block heavenly thunder. As a woman seeing that cloth, my feelings were extremely complicated, leaving Red Feather to move in. I went alone to the woods behind the temple, and began testing the power of my spiritual split body. I hopped around like a monkey, throwing punches and opening my palms. This spiritual form isn't intangible. It can interact with food, and can glide using inertia, almost like martial arts lightweight skills. Spiritual power is a passive skill, used to control magic. Mana is like stamina, stored in the purple mansion, and will regenerate automatically after use. It's fundamental for magic and combat. After the spiritual body returns to the main statue. I found both my spiritual power and mana way higher than the split body. Too bad the main body can't move. Maybe when I level up, the system will unlock movement for the main body. I'm really looking forward to it. At the end of May, during the wheat harvest, the sun was blazing. The fields of Lu Village were bustling. Harvesting wheat, the biggest fear is rain damage. With all this thunderstorm season, farmers are literally fighting the weather for their food, just like the rural life in my previous life. Farming has never been easy for farmers. I couldn't help but reflect. Hard work continued until afternoon. Under the organization of village chief Lu Fu, every family basically finished harvesting their wheat. Everyone working hard. The old ladies made chilled tea in the village. Everyone can smoke and drink tea afterward. Everyone was full of energy. Bags of golden wheat grains were loaded onto ox carts, about to be hauled back to the village. Suddenly, a shocking thunderclap erupted. From a perfectly clear sky, dark clouds appeared instantly. The wind howled, and a storm was coming. Ah, it's about to rain. What are we supposed to do? Why does it have to rain at this exact moment? The heavens are out to get me. Liu Village's fields became a sea of gold in a flash. Don't panic, everyone. Ignore the unharvested wheat. Just hurry and bring the harvested grain to the village granary. Liu Fu shouted, directing people to rush the grain. But there was still a ways to go to the village. When huge raindrops started pouring down, it's over. Liu Fu clenched his fists in despair. If they only had 15 more minutes, they could save most of the grain. At least wouldn't starve next half year. Heaven, have mercy on us. The desperate villagers knelt pleading. Get up, all of you. Liu Quan shouted angrily. When has heaven ever had mercy on us? What's the point? If you pray to Zhuan Yangbi. He's our own god. He will definitely save us. With that, he took the lead, kneeling toward the village temple to pray. Liu Dio's family quickly followed. But most people were still hesitating. Last night's ritual was mostly just going with the flow. No one was confident. Xuan Yangdi is just a small village deity. Can he really change the weather? Stop standing around. Let's all pray. Hope Zhuanyang the will protect us. Liu Fu knelt too. Praying to Zhuanyang makes more sense than hoping for the vague heavens. That's when villagers began kneeling. Xuan Yangde, please have mercy on your people. Xuan Yangdi, our requests are simple. Just protect the grain for everyone. If Xuan Yangde doesn't keep the grain intact, my family won't have money to restore your spiritual body. That shout from Liu Diu made me twitch with amusement. Everyone's respectfully beseeching the god, except you being cheeky, daring to threaten me. I closed my eyes and kept casting the spell. The weather divine power can switch between rain, sunshine, and wind. Just right for this situation. Although as a first try, I'm a bit rusty. The startup time was a bit long. Suddenly, rain poured down in torrents. Looking at the rain all around, Liu village people were full of despair. Their Zhuanyang that just couldn't block the disaster. Wait, why isn't there any rain here? Everyone was shocked to find that only the small area where they were gathered didn't get a single drop. It was like an invisible umbrella opened above their heads. Rain poured down the edges, with a sharp boundary. Villagers had never seen a miracle like this. They were stunned. Xuan Yangdi has shown his power. Liu Quan shouted with excitement, bowing furiously toward the small temple. The villagers finally snapped out of it. Everyone started copying. Amid murmured prayers, a massive owl landed on the tree in front of everyone. That's the one that guided me last night. The envoy of Lord Zhuanyang. Liu Deu recognized Qiyu. The divine envoy has arrived. There must be a decree. Liu Fu quickly stepped forward, cupping his hands. Honorable divine envoy, do you have any instructions? Qiyu rolled its eyes. Instructions, my foot. It's just because you idiots are too busy kowtowing. The boss sent me to call you back to the village. Qiyu squawked as he flew toward the village. He would stop after flying for a bit. Wait, is the divine envoy telling us to follow him back to the village? But it's raining out there. How can we get back? Liu Fu was full of doubts. He tentatively walked to the edge of the rain curtain. The rain instantly seemed blocked by an invisible wall. Just as expected. Everyone, lift the grain and follow me. Liu Fu gave the order. The crowd shouldered the grain and rushed toward the village. Amazingly, the invisible rain barrier moved along with them. Not a single drop leaked through. Lord Zhuanyang is so considerate. He must be worried that if we stay here too long, the groundwater will soak the wheat grains. So he sent an envoy to hurry us back to the village. Listening to the villagers' praise, I rolled my eyes from afar. Consider it my ass. My spiritual energy is almost depleted. With my current strength, I can only maintain the weather phenomenon for half an hour at most. If the rain doesn't stop, all my efforts will be wasted. So I had to send Qiyu to drive people away. Under my protection, the grain was finally all taken to the warehouse. I'm exhausted, watching the last ox cart enter the village. I floated straight back to the statue. About to rest, the system pop-up appeared. Congratulations, host, task completed. Villagers' wish mission, pacify Huangji. Reward, 100 merit points. Note, this task can be triggered repeatedly. Not only can I earn merit, I can trigger it again and again. This system is pretty decent. I'm really too tired. So I fell asleep without thinking much. No idea how much time passed. The sound of gongs woke me. I saw Liu Fu himself beating the gong, leading the whole village, young and old, toward the temple. Pig heads, sheep heads, ox heads. The 3 big sacrifices were respectfully placed on the altar for this poor mountain village. This is already a huge effort, like selling everything they own. But compared to the food they reclaimed, it's nothing. Thank you, Lord Zhuanyang. Liu Fu knelt down. Before he finished speaking, he was already sobbing. Villagers behind him also started crying. Food is life's foundation. Lord Zhuanyang helped them keep their lifeline and made them realize something else. Lord Zhuanyang favors Liu village to receive real divine protection during chaotic times. How lucky they are. As for why Lord Zhuanyang ignored them for decades, Liu Fu and the others came up with a reason. It must be that previous generations did something that deeply disappointed Lord Zhuanyang. Now, seeing their hardship, he couldn't bear it anymore. So he revealed his spirit again. After 3 kowtows, Liu Fu stood up and loudly announced to the whole village, in front of Lord Zhuanyang, as the village chief and Liu family head, I declare a new rule. From today on, worshipping Lord Zhuanyang is the top priority of the village. On the first day of every month, except for children and bedridden elders, everyone must come to burn incense. Anyone who is disrespectful or blasphemous will be severely punished by clan rules. The same mistake must never be made twice. If we anger the gods again, Liu village will be doomed. Agreed, everyone responded in unison. From within the statue, I was very satisfied. This effort was worth it. My status in Liu village is now rock solid. Congratulations, host. Enjoy 300 merit points for today's worship. This month, you can also enjoy another big sacrifice. Only then will it count as a medium-scale event. So the worship level has nothing to do with the offerings, but depends on the number of followers and their devotion. After the ceremony, villagers burned incense one by one. Merit points +7. Merit points +8. The villagers' devotion surged. Each incense offering was now worth over 6 points. A far cry from the mere 2 or 3 points last night. I happily watched my balance skyrocket. Suddenly, a merit points +2 popped up, really glaring. Who is being so disrespectful to me? I looked closely and was stunned. It was Liu Quan. Strange, repeated incense offerings within a month weren't supposed to grant merit, right? Until Yu Dayu and his wife burned incense. Each got a point. Then I realized, while they can't farm points repeatedly, if followers' devotion increases, the system will make up the difference. Liu Quan's 2 points were added on top of the previous 7. The system is calculated very precisely. Night fell and the ceremony ended. The crowd dispersed. Liu Quan's taxes for this year? Your household doesn't have to pay them. Outside the temple, Liu Fu stopped Liu Quan. The village's collection of the 11 taxes isn't a small sum. Why, chief? Liu Quan's eyes went wide. We've discussed it. Lord Zhuanyang's return is probably because your mother has worshipped sincerely for decades, which moved him. Liu Fu sighed. Your family's taxes this year will be covered by the village's workfield income. Other than future temple renovations, we plan to set up a memorial for your mother in the side hall, so she can also receive incense offerings. What? How could we deserve this? Liu Quan's voice trembled with excitement. She totally deserves it. Keep an eye on temple matters from now on. Of course. Liu Quan patted his chest and promised, Mom, I won't let you down. I will certainly serve Lord Zhuanyang well from now on. I didn't know about what happened outside. The crowd had left. I immediately opened my panel. Merit points, 685. I decisively spent 300 points to redeem the 5 Thunder technique. Strange information surged in like a tide. Spiritual sense, gestures, mana flow, casting essentials instantly clicked together. It felt like I'd practiced for years. First stage of 5 Thunder technique, mastered. I saw a plus sign after the technique. I clicked to check. It asked, do you want to spend 300 merit points to upgrade 5 Thunder technique to the second stage? Turns out you can level up with points directly. I checked my remaining balance. I had enough, so I maxed it out. Congratulations, host. 5 Thunder technique raised to stage 2. The panel turned yellow. 5 Thunder Technique 2/9, yellow grade. Looks like the techniques are graded as heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. If I level up further, maybe the technique's grade can be boosted to the mysterious level. I couldn't wait to test its power. Came to the courtyard, followed the 5 Thunder Technique guidelines, formed a spell gesture with my right hand, and spiritual energy surged wildly into my palm. The distant rumble of thunder echoed in the air. Ah, it's thundering. Is it coming after me? On the old locust tree, Chiyu, terrified, grabbed the horse blanket as a shield from the lightning and held it over his head. Listened, but the thunder sounded like it was coming from below. He poked his head out to take a look, only to see me wielding thunder in my hand, and slammed my palm down on the abandoned stone roller in the yard. With a crack, that bull-sized stone roller instantly exploded into flying debris. What divine strength! Mighty God! Chiyu was dumbfounded, then landed at my feet, and started praising me frantically from the heart. Hugging this big leg is way too straightforward. I ruffled his hair, also shocked deep down. And this is only the second level. There are 9 levels in total. If I cultivate it to perfection, what kind of world-shattering power would that be? Of course, the amount of merit points needed must be astronomical. I opened my panel. Notice the plus sign behind the 5 Thunder Technique had turned gray. This technique has reached the current grade limit. Please upgrade your grade to continue leveling up. So, technique and grade are tied together, which proves once again that grade equals realm. I glanced at my panel again. Grade, low-ranking wild god. Mid-grade 02 of 100 merit points, 85. Only this much left? I slightly regret not upgrading my grade first. This month, almost everyone in Liu Village has already made offerings. Their piety has also reached the maximum. Before the first day of next month, there's likely no more income. Counting the days. It's only the 21st today. 9 days to go. Feels just like before, when I'd spent all my salary. Counting the days waiting for payday. Wait, there's still one more ritual I haven't benefited from. But this month, Liu Village has already held 2 rituals. We can't just keep milking them. Besides, the grain has already been gathered. There aren't any big events worthy of another village-wide offering. Can I bring in people from other villages to make offerings? As soon as I had that thought, I extinguished it. Getting outsiders to change their surname is extremely hard. Not to mention there's still the big boss, Old Master Hui, looming over us. This local evil god dominates most of Julong town. He's the most effective deity in the eyes of the locals. If I want to expand beyond Liu Village, sooner or later I'll have to face him. But for now I can't even leave Liu Village. Thinking too far ahead. Better to keep a low profile and work on my development. Next day at Julong town's market. During previous wheat harvests, the county grain shops would send people to the town to buy grain. The price would be a little lower, but there would be some perks. So villagers usually chose to sell here. But this year, the torrential rain wiped out the grain buyers. Wheat harvest failed completely. People barely have enough to eat themselves. No surplus grain to sell. But for the grain merchants, it was a massive opportunity. They immediately brought out old stock from the storehouses, stopped buying and started selling instead, and raised prices on the spot. This is the last load of grain. Register now if you want to buy. If you're late, there's none left. The grain merchant's helper shouted. Bran, 50 won a bag. White flour, 300 won a bag. So expensive? Just now white flour was 270. It went up 30 wen in an instant. Villagers exclaimed in shock. If you think it's expensive, go home and wait. The boss waved impatiently. After the heavy rain, aside from these few big grain shops, there's basically no grain for sale in the market. Not buying now. Once supplies run out, it'll cost even more. The grain merchants are just looking to offload low-quality old stock at high prices. Villagers knew exactly what was going on and silently cursed the profiteers, but could only empty their savings and buy, ordering their villagers to come buy. Our Liu Village's grain, still at the old price. White flour, 130 wen a bag. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out from the corner of the market. At first, everyone thought it was a joke. The whole town suffered a disaster. Where would you find extra grain? Following the sound, sure enough, A dozen cartloads of grain arrived. A crowd instantly swarmed over. They're really folks from Liu village. Where did you get this grain? Liu Fu said with a smile. Of course it came from our fields. But everyone's crops were ruined by the rain. How did your villages come out all right? Our village's hanging sheep totem manifested. It shielded us from the rain. So our wheat survived. Liu Fu gave a respectful salute toward the village. Everyone looked at each other. A god shielding from rain. Sounds like pure fiction. Impossible, even in villages protected by old Master Hui. All they got was an advance warning of a day. So they could rush harvest the half-ripe wheat and recover half the loss at best. And you say your village with just a wild god is even more effective than old Master Hui? Someone immediately voiced their skepticism. Liu village folks weren't having that. Just as they were about to argue, Liu Fu pulled them back. My friend, it's fine if you don't believe, but please don't speak disrespectfully. Today we're selling at fair prices because we don't want everyone being exploited by profiteers. Anyone who wants to buy needs to understand. This is thanks to Lord Zhuanyang. These 10 or so cartloads of grain are from Liu village's communal fields. After paying the grain tax, we brought the rest to sell for cash. When we arrived, we found out all the other villages lost their crops, and the city was full of greedy merchants. Liu Fu talked it over with the villagers. Instead of selling to the merchants and aiding their dirty trade, it's better to sell at a fair price to our fellow countrymen and spread the name of Lord Zhuanyang. Making a little less profit doesn't matter. Gaining incense for Lord Zhuanyang is what counts. Liu folk, thank you so much. No need, thank Lord Zhuanyang. This grain is a lifesaver. We must go to Liu village ourselves and offer incense to Lord Zhuanyang. Listening to all these compliments, the folks of Liu village were bursting with joy. Doesn't matter if it's genuine or not. At least Zhuanyang's name is spreading. Don't crowd. There's plenty of grain. If it's not enough, just buy more in the village. Our village had a bumper harvest this year. Every household has surplus grain. Not far away, the grain shop owner was grinding his teeth in anger. Go to New village and fetch New Hai for me. One boss called over his helper and whispered quietly. Great Lord Zhuanyang above. I'm Huang Zumin from Wang village. I'm Ma Ziming from Ma village. We're Li Bing and Li Jun, brothers from Li family hollow. Paying respects to Lord Zhuanyang. Watching Liu Fu bring more than 20 outsiders into the temple, I was a little confused. I haven't even stepped outside, and my reputation has already reached other villages. After Liu Fu explained, I understood. These people couldn't buy grain at the market, so they came to Liu village. But before they got any grain, Liu Fu made them give thanks to me instead. This kid, Liu Fu, really knows the drill. I was secretly pleased. Even though each of these people only brought 2 or 3 merit points, being able to get outsiders to offer incense is already a huge breakthrough. After all, fame is built up bit by bit. Village chief, there are people outside buying grain. We've reached the village entrance. It's just a young man running over. Just take them into the village to buy what they want. Why are you calling me? They're here to collect grain for taxes. They're from the Lord Temple. Suddenly, Liu Fu's eyelid twitched. He immediately sensed trouble. He hurried to the village entrance, ran right into a few men from the Lord Temple. Leading them was Niu Hai, the local thug from Niujia village. Rumor has it that this time he offered 2 beautiful daughters as tributes to the Lord Temple's high priest. That's how he became a steward. He's always been a bully, acting tough by association. Liu Fu furrowed his brows in secret. He could only tough it out and greet them. What brings you here, Steward Niu? Come on, let's have some tea. I can't get used to your lousy tea. Cut the crap and hand over the 5,000 jin of grain. We need to get back and report. Niu Hai waved his hand impatiently. Liu Fu was stunned. He forced a smile, saying, Hi, since when do you collect grain for the magistrate? Stop playing dumb. This grain is for the Lord Temple. Your village had a bumper harvest thanks to Lord Hui's protection. Now you're trying to deny it. That's just twisting logic. Liu Fu pushed back. Not too hard, not too soft. Hi, Li, you must be joking. Our village doesn't worship Lord Hui. No need to bother the old man's protection. The other villages were all flooded by rain. Only your village was fine. If it wasn't Lord Hui, who else could it be? That's all thanks to our Lord Zhuanyang. Has nothing to do with Lord Hui. A young Liu family member shouted angrily. Niu Hai sneered repeatedly. A destitute god whose incense has died out for decades can change the world? You're fooling ghosts! Don't insult Lord Zhuanyang. The villagers of Liujia erupted in anger. A few young men rolled up their sleeves, ready to fight. But Liu Fu held them back firmly. He knew the other side was looking for trouble. He suppressed his anger and asked, Haidi, is there really no room for a negotiation? The high priest said, not a single jin less. If you refuse, I'll have the high priest come talk to you himself. The moment the high priest was mentioned, the villagers exchanged worried looks. Their spirit dampened at once. The high priest claims to be Lord Hui's only emissary. In Zhuang Town, his word is law. His reputation is fearsome. Ordinary folks avoid him at all costs. Everyone was at a loss. All eyes turned to Liu Fu. Seeing this, Niu Hai sneered in his heart. A bunch of cowards. In the end, they all have to give in. However, Liu Fu calmly said, we are not handing over the grain. Niu Hai's eyes widened. You Liu people are crazy. Aren't you afraid of the high priest's wrath? Then please, Haidi, put in a good word for us. Liu Fu replied indifferently. Sure thing. Just you wait. Niu Hai was so angry he laughed, and left with his men in a huff. When they were finally out of sight, Liu Fu turned to the villagers. Do you know why I risked offending the high priest and still refused to hand over the grain? Our good harvest was thanks to Lord Zhuanyang's blessing. Why should we give it to that so-called Lord Hui? Someone shouted. That's right. It's just 5,000 jin of grain. We could scrape it together if we had to. Just call it a payment to ward off disaster. But Liu Fu raised his voice, looking over at the small temple. This grain was earned for us by Lord Zhuanyang shielding us from hardship. If we give it away for nothing, that would be a great disrespect to Lord Zhuanyang. Everyone suddenly realized, and nodded one after another. But if we offend the high priest, what if he actually does retaliate?
He's got Lord Hui backing him.
Yeah, it's fine if we take a small loss. But we can't let Lord Zhuanyang get caught up in this. The villagers were still worried. Lord Zhuanyang is powerful, but in their eyes, he's just a village god. How could he possibly fight Lord Hui, who dominates most of the town? Don't talk nonsense. I'll go ask Lord Zhuanyang for guidance. Liu Fu was a little uneasy too. He hurried back to the temple and explained it all to the deity. Lord Zhuanyang, at first, I refused to give up the grain to avoid diminishing your prestige. But now I'm thinking maybe I was a bit reckless. We can suffer a little, but if you think we should hand over the grain to calm Lord Hui's anger, then let the coin land heads up. Liu Fu bowed 3 times and tossed the coin tails. Tossed it again, also tails. Both times it was tails. So Lord Zhuanyang does not permit us to pay tribute and make peace. Liu Fu muttered to himself. Of course not. I snorted coldly in my heart. Even I am still a god after all. If I let people walk all over me and ask for peace, I'd be better off not being a god. If I give in today, it's as good as announcing to the whole town that I'm weaker than Lord Hui. How could I possibly grow stronger in the future? I might never leave the Liu family village. Still can't act too rashly. First need to figure out what Lord Hui is really about. Initially, I only knew 3 things about Lord Hui. Human-eating monster. Terrifying, could easily beat me up. Honestly, I was very scared. Chiyu, about Lord Hui. How much do you know? After Liu Fu left, I summoned Chiyu. He's not actually a god. He's a demon. Chiyu said, shocking me. How do you know that? One time, a little demon flew over the Lord Temple. He saw a huge demonic aura inside. No other demon could even get close. It has to be his real body. I heard he originally was a descendant of Husan the Third Master from Tisha Mountain. But after failing the power struggle, he was exiled here. Do you know what his true form is? That, I don't know. He's very mysterious. Normally, he cultivates in the temple and doesn't interact with local spirits or demons. He made a rule: any spirit or demon that steps within 30 jang of the Lord Temple will be killed without mercy. My cousin was caught and made into a practice dummy for pooping too close by. He didn't even finish pooping. So he's really strong. Yeah, he's strong. But compared to the major spirits and demons in the nearby mountains,
He's probably not much stronger.
Main thing is he's gained notoriety for posing as a god around town. Chiyu went on to explain Lord Hui's rise. 20 years ago, there was a massive flood here. A woodcutter from Yujia village, missing for half a year, suddenly returned, claiming to have been taught by the gods. He cast a spell on the spot, alleviating the flood. He told the village chief to eliminate flooding for good. The village had to worship Lord Hui and offer up one child every year. The Yujia village of Tannen agreed. The flood receded, and the area saw bountiful harvests every year. So they built the Lord Temple. That woodcutter became the sole agent of Lord Hui in the world. As for the high priest, over the years, thanks to his efforts, villages that worship Lord Hui now occupy most of Julong town. Lord Hui does bring good weather and harvests, but the price is, each village must offer a male child every year. Once, a family couldn't bear to part with their child. They tried to run away overnight. The next day, their whole family was gutted and disemboweled, found dead in the mountains. Lord Hui blamed the village and slaughtered more than a dozen people. He didn't stop until the village turned in 3 more boys. I gasped. What's he need so many children for? They say it's like grinding soybeans. Crushes them to extract blood to drink, to practice evil magic. I frowned. That's not a god. That's just a demon. By the way, God, I heard several little girls have gone missing in town lately. Maybe he's behind that too. What's he want with girls? That, I don't know. Chiu paused and tentatively asked, God, are you planning to fight Lord Hui? It's not that I want to fight him. It's that he probably won't leave me alone. Julong town is too small. There's only room for one god. Today's grain incident. It's likely a test from Master Gao. That monster has committed countless evils. Master Gao isn't easy to deal with, either. I originally wanted to lay low and develop my power. It seems that's no longer an option. I plotted silently. It would be best to stall until the beginning of next month. I'll accumulate some merit to level up first. My chances of winning would be higher then. If I were to duel him, what would your choice be? I looked at the little spirit, Crimson Feather. I am willing, for my lord, to serve as a foot soldier. I do not fear death. Crimson Feather hurried to pledge his loyalty, though it was exaggerated.
It carried a hint of sincerity.
However, the tree desires peace, but the wind does not subside. Before I even had the chance to leave, trouble came knocking on the door. Crimson Feather, patrolling in the middle of the night, returned to report. 2 people are sneaking toward the small temple. One is Niu the carpenter, who came during the day. The other is Niu Hai from the master's temple. Go keep watch at the village entrance. Await my command. My spiritual sense left my body and floated outside the temple. This broken temple is hidden so well. If you hadn't led the way, it would have been hard to find. Carpenter, you've done a great job this time. Niu Hai's voice drifted over. Manager, you're too kind. I scouted around during the day. No one is keeping watch at this temple at night. The 2 of them sneaked into the main hall and lit an oil lamp. Even a broken temple like this can foster a deity? Even if it does, it's just a god of poverty. Lord Grey could crush him with a single pinky finger. Niu Hai laughed wildly. Carpenter, go next door and find some firewood. We'll burn this broken temple to the ground. Hearing this, I was consumed with rage. Unbelievable, coming in the dead of night to commit arson. Fine, I'll use you 2 to sacrifice to my 5 thunders incantation. Brother Hai, is this enough firewood? Niu the carpenter came scurrying back with an armful of wood. That should be enough, crack. A bolt of lightning exploded right above the carpenter's head. His head and shoulders were instantly vaporized into shredded meat. A rain of blood splashed all over Niu Hai's face. I stared blankly at my right hand. I only used 20% of my power just now. The power is actually this terrifying. Luckily, I didn't strike Niu Hai dead along with him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have even left a survivor. Looking at Niu Hai again, he had already soiled himself in terror and fainted. I immediately performed my dream-walking ability. Within the ethereal dreamscape, Niu Hai saw a towering deity shrouded in brilliant golden light. I am Lord Zhuanyang. Why have you come to burn my temple? Speak the truth. I roared like a thunderclap. Zhuan! Lord Zhuanyang. Niu Hai finally understood how the carpenter had died. Lord Zhuanyang, have mercy. I'm just a lowly errand boy. Master Gao sent me here. Why did he send you to burn the temple? Master Gao said you were affecting Lord Grey's status. Niu Hai was terrified out of his wits. He spilled everything, revealing a shocking secret. That storm, which nearly destroyed all the town's crops, was actually summoned by Lord Grey. The goal was to cause crop failure in villages that didn't worship him. When food supplies run out later this year, Master Gao will step in for disaster relief, forcing every village to convert to the Master's temple. For the villages that did worship him, Master Gao gave them a half-day notice to harvest early, making them feel deeply grateful. It was truly killing two birds with one stone. But then I appeared, saving the crops of Liu village. Not only did it disrupt their tracks, but it also challenged Lord Grey's authority. How could Master Gao tolerate this? Therefore, he had me test Liu village under the guise of grain collection. After being rebuffed, Master Gao was furious. So he sent me to burn the temple late at night, to make an example of you. I didn't know the way, so I found Neyu the carpenter from the same village. I was completely stunned after hearing this. No wonder a sudden storm hit while the sun was shining. To expand his influence, this Lord Grey actually went as far as creating a famine, starving the common people. It's utterly insane. But I'm more concerned about something else. Relying on the abilities rewarded by the system, I could barely change the weather in a small area. Lord Grey could actually make it storm across the whole town. What kind of power is that? I felt a bit apprehensive. Are you sure the storm was his doing? Absolutely certain. Lord Grey has a rain-calling flag from Iron Sand Mountain. He usually relies on it to control the wind and rain. If the rain-calling flag is a magical tool using external power, then it has nothing to do with his own strength. I was slightly relieved. I asked again, how did you learn such secrets? I am Master Gao's confidant. Niu Hai feared I wouldn't believe him, so he hurried to add that he had offered both his daughters to Master Gao. Thus he gained his deep trust. The corner of my mouth twitched violently. Master Gao is a white-bearded old man. Niu Hai's daughters are likely underage. This beast actually sent his own daughters to an old man's bed. He's truly not a fucking human being. By the way, I heard some children went missing in town lately. Was it Lord Grey's doing? Master Gao specifically ordered me to do it.
He said Lord Grey wanted them.
Those 5 girls are currently locked in a cellar outside Neyu village. 2 guards are watching them for Master Gao. He said he needs 7 in total before sending them up the mountain. After clarifying the cellar's location, I crushed Niu Hai with a single palm strike without hesitation. Saying even one more word to such scum felt disgusting. I shattered his soul, ensuring he couldn't even become a ghost. Only then was my hatred appeased. The dream shattered. In reality, Niu Hai was bleeding from all 7 orifices. He was stone dead. I've killed Master Gao's most loyal dog. This grudge is now irreconcilable. It seems I can't lay low until the beginning of the month anymore. I plotted silently. However, if I can rescue those girls, I might be able to harvest a batch of merit to temporarily boost my strength. I immediately recalled Crimson Feather and ordered him to the cellar to rescue them. Kill all the guards. Leave only 1 survivor. The girls must be brought back without a scratch. Can you do it? Rest assured, my lord. Crimson Feather took the order and left. An hour later, a man covered in wounds stumbled into the small temple. Perched on his head was the majestic Crimson Feather. Behind him followed 5 girls, their faces filled with terror. Did it go smoothly? I asked via telepathy. Crimson Feather replied, my lord, there were 3 guards and an immature rat spirit in the cellar. I killed them all. The rat spirit? I had him as a snack. Crimson Feather patted his bulging belly, looking a bit embarrassed. It's normal for an owl to eat a rat. Did you ask about his background? I did. He said Lord Grey sent him to guard the girls. I wanted to ask more, but he dared to ambush me. In a fit of rage, I
just had to eat him.
I frowned, looking at the girls. Lord Grey eating 7 or 8 boys every year isn't enough. Why kidnap girls? The rat spirit said Lord Grey's cultivation has reached a critical point. He needs the blood of girls to assist his evil magic. I don't understand the specifics. Well done. I used my spiritual sense to rub Crimson Feather's head from afar. Crimson Feather was filled with pride, though it felt a bit uncomfortable being petted against the feathers. But he didn't dare make a sound. Watch over them for now. I'll be back in a moment. I sent my spirit out from the small temple, heading straight for village chief Lu Fu's house. Escorting the girl home and handling the aftermath requires someone to step up in person. It was late at night, and Lu Fu was sleeping soundly. I once again cast a dream entry spell. Brother Fu. So comfortable, watching inside the dream. Liu Fu was having an affair with Widow Wang at the village entrance. I was totally dumbfounded. This really couldn't have happened at a worse time. Just as Liu Fu was enjoying himself, he suddenly sensed something. He turned to look back. All he saw was a majestic golden deity shining bright, staring down at him. He was so frightened he wilted on the spot. The beauty in his arms vanished instantly. I am Lord Zhuanyang. I have something to tell you. Lord Zhuanyang. Liu Fu was shocked and ashamed, his old face blushing as he knelt down and kowtowed. Sorry for offending your divine eyes, Lord Zhuanyang. I am guilty. Please judge my actions, not my intent. No need to feel guilty. I coughed a couple times to hide my embarrassment. Listen carefully. Take someone and go right now. I finished explaining the whole incident and the task. Lord Zhuanyang, this was our incompetence for scaring you. Inside the small temple, the Liu family village's most senior elder, old Liu, third master, knelt before the deity statue, tears streaming down his face. Liu Fu beat a gong to gather the whole village. He spoke about the near catastrophe of the temple nearly burning down. The villagers were scared out of their wits. Everyone came to confess and ask for forgiveness. In their eyes, someone sneaked into the temple, and they hadn't noticed at all. This was a huge dereliction of duty. There wasn't enough room to kneel in the main hall. So many people knelt out in the courtyard. Looking at these honest villagers, I felt helpless yet moved.
This shows.
My position in their hearts is irreplaceable. I couldn't just let them keep kneeling forever. So I had Chiu demonstrate the stand-up gesture. The villagers already saw Chiu as the divine messenger and immediately understood. Lord Zhuanyang is letting us get up, which means we're forgiven. Old Liu third master glared at the speaker. That's Lord Zhuanyang's kindness. But we must never relax vigilance. From now on, we all take turns watching the temple at night and can never slack off. Everyone promised in unison. Meanwhile, in the living room at Lu Zan's house, the mayor of Julong town, little man Niu Jiaoer, those girls, Niu Hai sent me to watch them. He said they were for High Priest Gao. The captives sent by Lu Fu and the others were already scared out of their minds. They spilled everything like beans rolling out of a bamboo tube. Mentioning High Priest Gao from the Lord Temple, Lu Zan gasped sharply in fear, speechless for a long while. Mayor, we're acting on Lord Zhuanyang's orders, bringing both the prisoners and the dead to you. The girls have all been sent home individually. How should we handle the rest? It's all up to you, Mayor. Following my instructions, Lu Fu said calmly, this is too big for me to decide. I can't make that call. I must report it to the county magistrate overnight. Lu Zan pondered for a moment, then said, You've done a great service finding the missing children. Do you have any requests? We dare not take credit.
It's all Lord Zhuanyang's blessing.
We only ask for the mayor's support, so the Niujia village people don't come causing trouble because of Niu Hai's death, to make trouble for our village. Don't worry, I'll report to the magistrate, and make sure they don't dare make a scene. The Mother Night Temple won't bother you openly either. Lu Zan fixed his gaze on Lu Fu. Be straight with me. Did your village's Lord Zhuanyang really do this? Lu Fu puffed his chest out. How could we commoners have such powers? It was Lord Zhuanyang's mercy, who couldn't bear to see the girls hurt, and acted personally to slay the monster and save them. Lu Zan nodded slowly. I'd long heard Lord Zhuanyang protected you from the rain and saved your crops. Looks like it's all true. I'll report this to the main office. And you'll be handsomely rewarded. Dawn was about to break. Liu Fu hurried back to the village temple and reported everything to me. I was very pleased. Of course, I never expected the mayor would actually catch High Priest Gao. If he really had the ability, the Grey Lord wouldn't have gotten so powerful. Having Liu Fu report the crime was simply to use the official stance. So Naijezhuang and other villages loyal to the Grey Lord couldn't use this as an excuse to come looking for trouble with Liu family village. After all, people died in the temple, so the villagers would never be able to explain themselves. Besides, I also wanted the mayor to know about my existence. with official backing. There's nothing but benefit for me. If you do good deeds, why keep it hidden? The more famous you are, the more incense you get. It's all part of my plan. By the way, Lord Zhuanyang, the families of those girls insisted on giving money in thanks. I refused all of it, just like you instructed. I said it was all your credit. If they wanted to thank you, they should come light incense themselves. I blushed at this, since I was the one who taught him that excuse in his dream. As a spirit, demanding incense offerings so actively does seem a bit low. But I had no other choice. After last night, the Grey Lord could retaliate at any time. I urgently needed merit to increase my power. And the easiest sheep to shear right now were exactly these girls' families. I saved their daughters' lives. So asking for some incense in return isn't too much, right? That afternoon, the long-awaited scene finally arrived. Not only did the girls' families arrive, they even brought a full percussion band, parading all the way there with music and fanfare. Not a few villagers, having heard of the miracle, who felt the shrine was effective, came to burn incense too. A huge crowd poured toward the village temple. It was lively and bustling. 17, 18, 19. I counted the heads, eyes glinting with excitement. In my eyes, they were all walking sources of merit. Everyone in Liu family village came out to watch the excitement. Amazed by the scene, "Mom, look." It was this old duck that pecked the bad guy to death and saved us. One sharp-eyed girl came into the temple and immediately recognized Chiyu perched on the deity statue's shoulder. She shouted excitedly, "That's right. It's him, the one with the bright red tail feathers." The other girls chimed in too. The adults looked at each other in shock. Since the bird was standing on Lord Zhuanyang's shoulder, there could be no doubt about their relationship. Those who had hesitated to believe were now completely convinced. "Thank you, Lord Zhuanyang." "Thank you, Mr. Old Duck." The 5 families set up offerings, lined up and kneeled before the deity, kowtowing in thanks. Their daughters had been missing for days, and the authorities had no leads. They had prepared for the worst. Never did they expect a divine rescue. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who could believe a miracle this huge would happen to them? The little girl didn't understand. Why can't you adults see this? Old Duck, your whole family are old ducks. Chu was so angry he started cursing loudly, but to everyone else it sounded just like quacks. Look, the old Duck Lord is showing his power. Thank you, Mr. Old Duck. Seeing their sincere gratitude, I'll let it go this time. It feels great to be respected. Chiyu secretly straightened his chest. Who would have thought a little mountain demon like me would ever be worshipped by others one day? All of this is thanks to the Divine Lord. He stole a glance at the deity statue, burning this kindness into his heart. Congratulations, host. Gained 300 virtue points from this worship ceremony. You have 0 worship sessions left this month. Looking at the notification, I smiled in satisfaction. I've used up this month's final worship quota perfectly. And not only that, the crowd's offerings brought in a ton of virtue. Virtue points +8, virtue points +9. Heard Master Zhuanyang is so effective. Let's make an offering too. Even the Surna players couldn't resist joining in the fun. After offering their incense, seeing so many outsiders respectfully worshipping the deity, the people of Liu family village were beaming with excitement and pride. The mayor is here. Someone shouted out loud. They saw Mayor Lu Zhang quickly walking over with his attendants. Liu Fu hurried to greet him. "Mr. Mayor, you're..." Lu Zhang smiled. "I just returned from the county." The county magistrate heard about this and spoke highly of Master Zhuanyang. He originally wanted to come offer incense himself, but is overwhelmed with official duties, so he asked me to do so on his behalf. "Thank you for your trouble. Mayor, please come in." Liu Fu was flattered and surprised. Everyone quickly made way in the main hall. Lu Zhan raised his head, examining the deity statue. This wood-carved statue is severely worn out. The facial features are all blurred. It's just a shabby clay figure. Could a real deity really possess such a thing? He was still doubting when suddenly a golden light burst from the top of the statue's head. A dignified and holy aura instantly filled the whole place. Lu Zhan was dazzled. By the time he looked again, the golden light had gone into the statue's eyes. The deity sensed my doubt. and showed a miracle on purpose. Luzan gasped. All his suspicions vanished, replaced by deep awe. Master Zhuanyang, I was rude. Thank you for saving the girl and bringing peace to our region. Your humble servant, Luzan, gives thanks. The mayor respectfully knelt on the prayer mat. I'm very satisfied. Just now, the mayor's eyes showed doubt. Plus, he's acting as the official representative. Of course, I had to show some sign of divine power. What an amazing atmosphere. The mayor just kneeled to Master Zhuanyang. The Liu villagers outside could hardly believe their eyes. In their eyes, the mayor is a big deal. What's a mayor compared to us? Our Zhuanyang is also extremely powerful. Even if the county magistrate came, he'd have to bow. This kneeling by the mayor instantly filled the villagers with pride. Without Master Zhuanyang, how could this poor little village ever be so glorious? Virtue points plus 30. Looking at the pop-up message, I'm kind of stunned. The mayor's offering gave 30 points. That definitely exceeds the 10-point piety limit. Could it be that the extra virtue comes from his official rank? Looks like I should start getting more from the officials in the future. Let's test this. Why is Master Zhuanyang's statue in such disrepair? Luzan asked with a frown after standing up. Liu Fu was at a loss for words. Liu Deyu quickly jumped in to reply to the mayor. My family planned to rebuild the statue, and we hired Carpenter Niu yesterday. Who knew he was actually an arsonist sent by Lord Hui's temple? He was struck dead by lightning last night. I basically let a Wolf into the house. I haven't had time to beg Master Zhuanyang for forgiveness yet, so that's how it is. You can never be too careful. No wonder Lusan tried to comfort them. But the statue of Master Zhuanyang can't be neglected, since we're rebuilding it. Let's not use wood again. I'll hire a skilled stonemason next time. The town will pay to have a tall stone statue made for Master Zhuanyang. Thank you, Mayor. Liu Fu was flushed with excitement. The town funding the statue is basically official recognition of Master Zhuanyang. Now he'll be the official deity of Julong Town. Who in town would dare not believe? But now, things might get tricky with Lord Hui. He and I had the same thought. But I was thinking even deeper. If the mayor is supporting me so openly, isn't he afraid of offending Lord Hui? Or is he purposely putting me in the hot seat, hoping to lure Lord Hui out to fight me? He wants me to win. After all, I don't oppose the government, and I don't hurt people. But a little town mayor probably isn't this crafty. Nor can he take this responsibility. He said he's representing the county magistrate. Suddenly, it all made sense. This is the magistrate using someone else to do his dirty work. Lord Hui has become a huge problem. A real local tumor. The magistrate is powerless against this evil god. But seeing me rise out of nowhere.
He wants to support me in fighting Lord Hui.
Thinking it through, I wasn't too happy about it. It's not a great feeling to be used as someone else's weapon. But after last night's killing of Niu Hai, Lord Hui and I are already mortal enemies. Even without the magistrate stirring things up, this fight can't be avoided. At least today was a huge win. I'm ready to power up again. I push other thoughts aside. Open my stats panel. Virtue points, 930. I'm rich. For now, I can only level up my rank. I decisively spent 200 points. Boom! It was like a pot of hot oil exploded in my purple palace. If the last upgrade felt like a hot spring, this time it's like pouring lava into my meridians. Rampaging energy surged everywhere. Each time it broke through a blocked meridian, my bones cracked loudly. The pain was almost soul-shattering. Damn, is this leveling up or getting dismembered? After the pain subsided, it took me a while to recover before I started introspecting. It was worth it. My meridians have widened a lot. My spiritual power and senses have improved greatly. With my powers, their strength will only soar now. Most importantly, my mana. The power inside my purple palace grew from the size of a fist to the size of a pomelo. But my purple palace seems at its limit, with a faint, stifling pressure building up. Looks like I've hit a bottleneck. I'll have to upgrade again to break through. I glance at my stats panel. Minor Wild God, top tier 0 800ths. Next upgrade costs 800 points. Only 630 left. Not enough, but since I leveled up, my 5 Thunder technique can be upgraded again. Spent 500 points for an instant upgrade. A flood of technique experience poured into my mind. 5 Thunder Technique, Tier 3. Excited, I rushed to the courtyard and slammed a palm toward the ground, releasing wild lightning. In a split second, I blasted a terrifying hole in the ground, even though it was just one level up. The power is more than twice as much as before. Congratulations, Divine Lord. Your technique has achieved great progress. Chiu was so scared he trembled on the ground. Demons are naturally afraid of thunder and lightning. He couldn't figure out why the Divine Lord's power keeps skyrocketing, even without intensive training. But thinking it through, gods should be mysterious and profound like this. How could a minor demon like him ever comprehend it? Almost forgot to reward you. Come with me to my chamber. Back at the main hall, I directly infused 50 virtue points into the incense flames and bestowed it to Chiu for his merit in saving lives last night. This price is well deserved, thank you. Thank you, Divine Lord. Chiu took a deep breath and found the incense flame was several times richer than the last time. Overwhelmed with emotion, he was about to bow in thanks. But with a thump, he fainted straight over. Huh? I stepped closer to check, seeing Chiu's body surging with intense demon energy. The red feathers originally only at his wing roots and tail feathers, rapidly spreading all over the body. For shedding everywhere, body grew a size. After one incense stick burns, demonic aura recedes. Chiu slowly wakes up. The moment he saw me, he knelt down in excitement. Thank you, Divine Lord, for fulfilling my wish. Fulfilling what? I suddenly realized. He spoke without using telepathy, but spoke out loud directly. You can speak human language now. Yes, yes. Chiu wept with joy, thanks to the incense bestowed by Divine Lord. I, a little demon, finally broke through the lost barrier and refined the ancient demon within me. I thought I'd have to cultivate for another 20 years to reach this stage, and the spiritual energy from that incense. He only refined half and already broke through. The remaining half is still inside me. What's your cultivation stage now? I'm at the shape-shifting stage, but I still need to reach its pinnacle. To fully attain human form, I need to perfect my cultivation at this stage. Demon cultivation really is exhausting, I said with emotion. Keep working hard for your next breakthrough. I'll give you another hand. Divine Lord Chiu teared up. I had already lost all hope of transforming, but with just your words, suddenly my future looked so bright. Holding on to this big shot so worth it. Divine Lord, is there anything you need? I'll do anything for you, even if it costs my life. Nothing for now. Keep a close eye on the village outskirts. If anyone suspicious enters, report immediately. Lord Hui will definitely come looking for trouble. We must prepare ahead of time. After sending Chiu off, I glanced at my panel. Only 80 merit points left. I can't do anything. Just about to log off, but I found that behind some divine powers, a plus sign appeared. Can these powers be upgraded directly? Scrolled to the panel's bottom. That's when I saw the notice. Congratulations, host. Your merit points have surpassed 1,000. You are rewarded with 1 free divine power upgrade. So that's it. Turns out you have to figure out the rewards on your own in this system. Deterrence, blessing, dream invasion, heavenly phenomena. I can only pick one. After agonizing for a while, I finally chose dream invasion. But it's definitely not because I can peek at people's secrets. It's just more exciting, purely for practical combat needs. My divine sense trembled slightly. Congratulations, host. Your dream invasion skill has leveled up from basic to advanced. Ability expanded to daytime use. You can now pull someone into a dream even while they're awake. Force them into a dream. Forcibly enter their dream. This skill is seriously up. Looking back at my panel again. Rank, Minor Wild Deity. High level, Dream Invasion, Advanced. Blessing, Basic. Deterrence, Basic. Heavenly Phenomena, Basic. Techniques, Thunder Arts Level 3 Knights. It's only been half a month since I crossed over. This panel is pretty impressive. If Master Hui weren't pressing so hard, I could have developed slowly. In the side room of the county office, Luzan was just half sitting on the chair, reporting to the county magistrate everything he saw at Liu Family Village Temple. The magistrate, puffing on his pipe, said, just as you described. So Master Zhuanyang not only really exists, but is also a true deity. That golden light is definitely not evil. You dare fake this in front of an official? I'll stake my life on it. The magistrate frowned, but the town spirit division said before, there's no true deity in Shiahai County. And Lord Hui is just... He abruptly stopped speaking. Whether it's a true deity, we'll talk about it later. The magistrate waved his hand. You promised to fund the repair of Liu family village's idol. That was a great move. Go to the accounting room and handle it at once. Lu Zan took the order, then probed Master. Aren't you worried about offending Lord Hui by supporting Master Zhuanyang openly? The magistrate sneered. Do you know why Lord Hui suddenly started arresting young girls? To practice forbidden sorcery. He's just one step away from breaking through. So he threw rules aside in his desperation. If he succeeds, the entire Shiahai County will become his hunting ground. Lu Zan was horrified. So Master, you're funding the idol to provoke a fight between Master Zhuanyang and Lord Hui. Lu Zan made a slashing gesture across his neck. The magistrate laughed. Lord Hui is from Iron Sand Mountain, after all, and does whatever he likes in Julong Town. How could a country deity like Zhuanyang go up against him? But I saw him dare to kill Lord Hui's temple people. So he has some skills. I want to use him as a pawn to delay Lord Hui and buy some time. Buy time for what? I've already reported to the prefecture's spirit division to request a divine official for suppression. But with all the chaos, the soonest a divine official arrives is 10 days or half a month. At least a month. Lu Zan suddenly understood. So that's what the magistrate is planning. Just then a bailiff rushed in. News from Taiyi, the high priest of Lord Hui's temple, took several village chiefs to Liu family village. So fast? The magistrate was startled, then gritted his teeth. Old Liu, you lead craftsmen to Liu family village to repair the idol immediately. Add more fuel to the fire. After arrangements were made, the magistrate grew a bit worried. This standoff might not last long. Lu Zan recalled the golden light in the eyes of the idol, and suddenly had a bold idea. Maybe Master Zhuanyang won't necessarily lose. Liu family village entrance. Both sides of the stone bridge. Tension runs high. Liu's father leads the villagers, old and young, holding farm tools, blocking the way into the village. Though the villagers' faces are filled with fear, their eyes are filled with determination, ready to die if they must. On the other side of the bridge, there are only a few dozen people. Leading them is an old man with a white beard. About 50 years old, the high priest of Hui Temple. Behind him are the village chiefs from Niujia village and others who worship Lord Hui. Niujia village chief Niu Bio spoke first, claiming he brought the high priest to demand answers for Niu Hai and his companion who died at the Liu family village temple, seeking justice. Liu Fu, you keep saying they came to burn the temple, but where's the evidence? Who sent them? If you don't clear this up today, we never agree. The other chiefs joined in. Liu Fu glanced at the high priest, suppressing his anger. Who doesn't know Niu Hai is the high priest's lackey?
Today.
They're just using the excuse of seeking justice to pick a fight. To expose them here would only escalate the conflict. High priest, gentlemen, what do you want? Liu Fu sighed. The high priest walked forward slowly. His voice thundered. Yesterday, Master Zhuanyang shielded you from the rain. He was just currying favor. He isn't a god at all. He's a demon. I, the high priest, have investigated. Sent Niu Hai to burn the temple, to break his bewitchment. But that demon is vicious, and killed Niu Hai. Today I am here in person, to exorcise this demon. If you block my way, are you rebelling? The high priest's presence was overwhelming. The villagers didn't dare look up. But even so, not a single person took a step back, for the protection Zhuanyang gave them. They understood clearly. They would never believe the slander of this evil priest. He is a true deity. Yet the high priest keeps calling him a demon. Is there any proof? Liu Fu braced himself and responded. If it were any other time, Liu Fu would never dare talk back to Master Gao. But Guan Zhuanyang also. He had to step up and present evidence. Master Gao didn't expect Liu Fu to dare face him sternly. In all of Shiakai County, only Lord Hui is a god. The rest are all evil spirits. Now there's only one path before you all. Burn the idol of that evil god. Have the whole village kneel for a while. I've brought Lord Hui's idol with me. An attendant dragged out a god statue covered with a black cloth. What a domineering demand. The villagers of Liu family village looked angry. Liu Fu gritted his teeth and said, "I refuse. We will never betray Lord Zhuanyang." Master Gao's face was frosty. "Anyone who dares to block Lord Hui will be killed without mercy, then kill us all. If you want to touch Lord Zhuanyang, step over our dead bodies." Master Gao swept his eyes over the crowd. These lowly folk actually dared meet his gaze. Every one of them united against a common enemy. At this point, the god must be removed. But to slaughter a whole village in public, he didn't have the guts. "Sir, we've caught two sneaky fellows." The attendants dragged two men forward. Terrified, the two fell to their knees and begged for mercy. "Spare us, master. We're here by the mayor's order to repair the idol for Liu family village. The masons couldn't get into the village, so we wandered here." "Sent by the mayor?" "It's probably the county magistrate's idea." "Good. Help me deliver a message to the county magistrate." Master Gao pointed a finger at each of their foreheads. Two bloody holes instantly gushed out blood and brain matter. The masons died with their eyes open. Killing the chicken to scare the monkeys? This was his answer to the county magistrate. And also a demonstration for a Liu family village? This celestial master is backed by Lord Hui, so I'm not afraid of anyone. I'll give you one last chance. Burn the evil deity statue before midnight. Otherwise, by morning, Liu family village will cease to exist. With that, he sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes to meditate. Is the chief just going to wait here to die? Some villagers whispered, "What now?" "Are you thinking of betraying Lord Zhuanyang?" Liu Fu stared and dared not answer. "It's just Lord Zhuanyang is a god. Why are we being forced to protect something so outrageous?" An old lady hit him on the back with her cane. "Lord Zhuanyang has protected us day after day. If we abandon him in his time of need, what kind of people are we?" "That's right, we'll just hold out here. Drag it out as long as we can. Buy Lord Zhuanyang some time to escape danger." Listening to the villagers' words, my heart was deeply moved. To have these followers stand by me at the risk of their own lives. They've never let me down. If anyone tries to harm my followers, they must be seeking death. I looked toward the village entrance. Killing intent rising? "Wait, my lord." Chiu reminded me, there's a dense aura of fire at the entrance to the village. Whoever's coming means trouble. What fire aura? I awoke that sense after breaking through. It's a divine perception, Chiu explained. That fire aura is incense and prayer energy. True gods emit this energy, and yours is especially pure. But the fire at the entrance is mixed with demonic energy. Incense energy mixed with demon aura? Could this mean Lord Hui himself is here? I was startled. Master Gao is human, so there's no way he'd emit this fire aura. Good thing I didn't charge in blindly. Otherwise, we'd be caught in a pincer attack. Relying only on the Five Thunders spell would be extremely risky. Can you see where the source is? Chiu shook his head. Only know it's somewhere near the Celestial Master. Maybe after dark it'll be clearer? Fine, we'll wait until nightfall. Third Grandpa, the night is getting chilly. Why don't you and the elders go rest indoors? Liu Fu persuaded Elder Liu, the third grandpa. They'll have to step over my dead body first. Elder Liu snapped. Lord Zhuanyang is only in trouble because he protected our food. That's how we got into this mess. We need to have a conscience as people. Even if it costs me this old life, I'll protect Lord Zhuanyang. Everyone echoed in agreement. Who even wants Lord Hui's bloody handouts now? Cooing sounds of night came from the village temple. The spirit envoy summoned me to check it out. Liu Fu hurried away. Moments later, he rushed back. Zhuanyang also ordered everyone to return to the village. No one is allowed near the entrance. Everyone looked at each other. Many questioned if Liu Fu was just scared and faked a holy order. Nonsense. Lord Zhuanyang said he has his own plan. Everyone, retreat. Don't get in the way of the god's work. Liu Fu urged them repeatedly. Only then did people reluctantly. Retreat. Let's stop here. They walked to the path near the temple. Elder Liu plopped down on the ground. I'm not going back. I'll stay and keep watch here. If they break into the temple, we can at least fight until the end. They suspected Lord Zhuanyang wanted to shoulder the danger alone. As followers, how could we just sit and do nothing? I'll stay too. Everyone sat down on the spot. Not a single person left. Far away, I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I just told them to fall back so they wouldn't get hurt accidentally. If a fight broke out, they're really stubborn. Chiyu still can't locate the source. This little demon is useless. All I can tell is it's centered on Master Gao. Chiyu felt a bit ashamed. It's fine. Once action starts, there will be no turning back. Are you afraid? Yes, but as long as I can fight alongside my lord, I'd lay down my life without hesitation. Alright, let's start. Master Gao, why are they retreating? Niu Bio saw the villagers falling back and asked cautiously. They must have thought it through. And don't dare oppose us. Master Gao sneered and stood up. Once I go in and destroy that evil god, I'll deal with them next. As he was about to move, a giant red-feathered firebird descended from the sky. What's the rush, Master Gao? The firebird actually spoke. Master Gao was startled, then understood. So it was you who killed my men last night and freed the girl, Night Rooster. You're that Zhuanyang. He looked Chiyu up and down and relaxed. Just a little demon, actually daring to impersonate a god. Chiyu was quietly alarmed. My lord truly foresaw this. As soon as I showed up, sure enough, I'm mistaken for Zhuanyang. Following my instructions, he taunted. Learned it from your Lord Hui. What he does I can do too. With such weak skills, you dare contend with Lord Hui? Master Gao sneered and said. He grabbed a bronze coin sword from the altar, chanting an incantation, and darted toward Chiyu like lightning. The sword strike was fierce. Chiyu dared not take it head-on, dodged swiftly. Master Gao closed in step by step, his attacks getting even more intense. Chiyu noticed this and flapped his wings, flying into the air to escape. Master Gao gripped the sword with both hands and suddenly slashed out a ray of golden light, striking straight at Chiyu. Chiyu dodged nimbly. He didn't retreat but advanced instead. Suddenly, he crashed into Grandmaster Gao's arms. Grandmaster Gao was startled. He raised his sword horizontally to block. The collision forced him to stumble back several steps. Hey, you monster! You do have some skills. It's a pity Grandmaster Gao took a deep breath and blew on his sword. Hundreds of copper coins clattered. They shot out countless golden rays. These lights didn't attack directly. Instead, they wove a golden net behind Chiyu. Grandmaster Gao suddenly retreated. He gave a powerful yank. The golden net instantly enveloped Chiyu tightly. He felt smug. This night owl moves nimbly. He deliberately showed a weakness to lure him in close. Sure enough, he managed to catch him with one move. He was just about to tighten the net when he saw Chiyu's feathers stand straight up. Raging demon power turned into invisible flames. It wrestled fiercely with the golden net. In moments, the net actually started to melt. The flames rebounded, trapping Grandmaster Gao in the center. The scorching heat made Grandmaster Gao cry out in pain over and over. You're clearly only at the second realm stage. How can you have such demon power? Those at the old lord's shrine saw this and hurried forward to help. Chiyu shook his wings, splitting off several streams of raging fire, and instantly sent them flying. You worthless fools can't handle this either. Chiyu pushed his flames with all his might. Grandmaster Gao's power was decimated.
His skin was scorched,
And he screamed like a slaughtered pig. Save me, old lord. He grabbed at his stomach with both hands. With a ripping sound, he tore open a huge gash, flesh and clothing both. A dark, living creature crawled out from his belly and spat a spicy black gas at Chiyu. Chiyu was startled. He dodged quickly. As the black gas dispersed, a thin figure stood before Grandmaster Gao, looking like an aged, immortal star god, yet with an indescribably evil look, white hair and a child's face. It was old Lord Hui. Chiyu suddenly understood. No wonder his scans could only lock onto Grandmaster Gao. Turns out old Lord Hui was hiding inside his belly all along. Greetings, old Lord Hui. Niu Bio and the others hurriedly knelt, overwhelmed with excitement. The true old Lord Hui has arrived. Those night owls and Zhuanyangs will all perish. Old Lord Hui didn't even glance at them. He sneered coldly at Chiyu. Had enough fun?
he lifted his robe.
And drew out a long whip behind him.
He lashed out fiercely.
A flash of flame and cold light. The whip instantly wrapped tightly around Chiyu. Old Lord Hui yanked hard. Chiyu's eyes filled with blood. He struggled desperately, but simply had no strength to resist. Boy, being a god isn't easy. Let old Lord teach you some pain. Old Lord Hui grinned wickedly.
He was about to lower the whip.
A sudden thunderclap exploded overhead. A fierce lightning bolt crashed down. Old Lord Hui was shocked. There was nowhere to hide. He could only retract his whip and pointed upward. The whip straightened like a spear instantly and managed to withstand the lightning. But that was only for a split second. Boom! The lightning struck the ground, blasting a pit several feet deep. There was no sign of the old man at the bottom. All that remained was a giant rat in rags, still gripping the whip tightly. That whip was its tail. So it was a big rat after all? No wonder they called him Old Lord Hui. I stood hands behind my back at the edge of the pit, looking down coldly at the lone golden willow. Hui Hui Immortal really is a rat. You're the real evil god? Old Lord Hui stared intensely at me. He instantly realized he'd been caught. This is the true Zhuan Yang master. I admit defeat. From now on, I'll stay out of your way. How about that boom? Another thunderclap answered him. Having all the advantages, why waste words with you? I'm not crazy. I paused only because the Five Thunders spell needs a casting delay. Old Lord Hui had no strength left to resist. He could only raise his arms and take it head on. The lightning ravaged everything. His withered arms were instantly charred. Ah, my arms! That old rat is ruthless enough. He tore off his arms outright. The wounds sprayed thick black mist, instantly becoming hundreds of black-furred rats, taking his broken body and burrowing underground. The ground swelled with several mounds. They all scattered in every direction. The earth dragon turned over. I was amazed inside. That old rat's escape skills are pretty impressive. I raised my left arm high and formed the spell again. Violent thunder element mana gathered madly at my fingertips to prevent his escape. I infused all my power without holding back, prepared for a full bombardment. Even if it wastes some energy, I can't risk letting him get away. Baby, are you really out to wipe us all out? Old Lord Rat's furious shout came from underground. A thunderbolt as thick as a thigh crashed down, splitting into three, striking 3 mounds. The northeast mound exploded. Dust and blood mist flew everywhere. Old Lord Hui's shattered body was exposed at the bottom. He convulsed violently. Still thinking you can stay out of my way? You wish. I kept charging the spell, while mocking coldly. Give it up. Your sneak attack worked. I admit defeat. I'll leave right now. The 9 Dragons town is yours from now on. Old Lord Hui looked desolate. I was stunned, staring at him like an idiot. I was really curious. You're on the brink of death. Where do you get the confidence to negotiate with me? You want to kill me. Old Lord Hui was terrified. You have a better way for me to die? Such arrogance. I'm a descendant of Hu San Tai from Iron Sand Mountain. If you kill me, Iron Sand Mountain will hunt you down. By then, you'll have no escape. I nodded thoughtfully. Finished talking? Finished talking. Let me send you on your way. I flipped my right hand. Thunder suddenly sparked in my palm. Only then did Old Lord Hui realize what I meant by send you on your way. His arrogance was completely gone. Please spare me. As his screams rang out, thunder crashed down. When the lightning faded, Old Lord Hui was decapitated. His body was shattered. The evil god who ruled 9 Dragons Town for 20 years was destroyed. Good thing my sneak attack gave me the advantage. Otherwise, he would have been tough to beat. I shook my right hand, numbed from the mana shock. Secretly grateful the old rat withstood 3 strikes of my 5 Thunders spell, and nearly escaped. He really was powerful. If it had been a head-on duel, I could win, but it would have been a tough fight. Sneak attacks are still the best. Since Chi Yu couldn't locate Old Lord Hui precisely, I devised a plan. Lure the snake out of its hole. I had Chi Yu face Grandmaster Gao first. As soon as Grandmaster Gao was doomed, the hidden Old Lord Hui would be forced to act. Once he exposed himself, I could ambush him. The only variable was whether Chi Yu could defeat Grandmaster Gao, to make sure nothing went wrong. Before the fight, I used blessing magic to boost his cultivation by 20%. This is a new technique I've discovered. As it turns out, the plan was perfect. God Lord, you actually killed Old Lord Hui. Chi, Yu stared blankly at the remains on the ground. His eyes were full of disbelief. He thought the best outcome would be a bitter victory. He was even ready to die for his master. But old Lord Hui lasted less than a stick of incense before the God Lord blasted him to pieces. It wasn't that old Lord Hui was weak. It was God Lord was just too strong. After coming to his senses, Chi Yu leapt into the pit and started searching among old Lord Hui's remains, finding. Chi Yu dug out a marble-sized orb from the flesh. Inside, there seemed to be a pale green bead with some liquid flowing.
He wiped it on the wild grass.
Then, as if presenting a treasure, he held it out to me. God Lord, look. This is the old rat's core pellet. All its cultivation is stored inside. I took the core pellet. I tried to inject a hint of divine power. A surge of pure demonic energy poured out immediately. But it was instantly repelled by my godly power. Seems like divine power and demonic energy are incompatible. I don't feel bad about it. With my system in hand, there's no need to waste time or energy refining it. Can you refine demonic energy? I asked Chiu. Yeah, but the extraction loss is huge. I can only absorb about 70%. And it'll take a year or so. Even 70% is an enormous amount of cultivation. I casually tossed the pellet back to him. It's yours. Chiu stared at me in disbelief. That's a priceless treasure among the demon clans. God Lord really just gifted it away. God Lord, this is way too precious. I can't accept it. I don't need it. I said it plainly. But Chiu thought I was being considerate. She was moved to tears. God Lord is so good to me. I'll follow you for life. Seeing him confess with teary eyes, I froze up. Isn't this bird male? Is there something wrong with his bloodline? Chiu put away the core pellet. Noticed Master Gao nearby, stunned. God Lord, how should we deal with him? That guy was just showing off in front of the villagers. Now he's staring at the pile of meat that once was Old Gray. He's totally dumbfounded. Go fetch the villagers, so they won't be worried. I'll interrogate this man. After sending Chiu away, I directly used dream-casting divine powers on Master Gao, dragged him into a waking nightmare. But this guy was stubborn as hell, refused to say a word, so I had to use an array technique. I must say, this divine power is just perfect for interrogation. It penetrates straight through someone's mental defenses, leaving only fear. Master Gao instantly collapsed. He slumped like mud onto the ground. The giant ripped wound on his abdomen opened up. Inside, shockingly, nothing at all. No organs whatsoever. Master Gao isn't alive at all. What exactly is he? I'm a corpse servant raised by Old Gray. Master Gao confessed blankly. A corpse servant is an entry-level zombie. Looks like a living person, but is basically dead. Old Gray transformed him into a corpse servant, filled his belly with snake bones and other sinister stuff, as a low-key means for Old Gray to cultivate safely. As for Old Gray's background, he's a descendant of Husan Tai from Iron Sand Mountain. How do you know he's not lying? I asked Old Gray. Collected offerings, kept only half for himself. The rest went to Pill refining and as tribute. Every 3 years, Iron Sand Mountain sends an emissary to collect it. Old Gray treats the emissaries as superiors too. Last one came about 2 years ago. 2 years ago, so in a year the Iron Sand Mountain envoy will arrive. If they find Old Gray was killed by me, they'll definitely retaliate. They have an entire immortal demon clan backing them. No wonder he dared threaten me before dying. I sucked in a breath, feeling it was troublesome. But even if I got another chance, I'd still have to kill him, letting a tiger back to the mountain. I'm not that stupid, since I can't avoid it. I'll spend this year power leveling like crazy. Who kills whom is still undecided. What about you? What's your story? I asked the little guy. I was just a woodcutter. Came across Old Gray while climbing the mountain. He took a liking to me, dragged me away by force, taught me the ways of Taoism, made me his trusted aide. Turns out Master Gao was trained by Old Gray. By leveraging some connections between Iron Sand Mountain and Taoism.
He established the persona of a Taoist master.
Used it for scams and schemes. You say Old Gray favored you, the intimate kind? I finally couldn't hold back and asked. Old Gray was attracted to men, under intimidation. Master Gao shamelessly admitted it. I painfully covered my face. Are demon circles really that messy? Unconsciously, I glanced at the direction Chiyu left. He was kidnapping little girls, really for cultivation. Old Gray was just one step from the fourth realm. Used to eat boys, too much young. Needed yin energy to balance it. Enough, don't disgust me. I cut him off. Besides you, how many lackeys did he have? I learned he's got only a few dozen unripened rat demons at the temple. Just dozens of rat demons not strong enough yet. I was totally relieved. Thanks for clearing things up. I clasped my hands in a gesture of thanks. Master Gao instinctively returned the gesture. No sooner had he spoken. A bloody hole appeared at the back of his head. Foul-smelling corpse blood sprayed everywhere. That was the essence keeping his corpse servant form. Once the blood dissipated, Master Gao convulsed and fell, completely dead. Anyone who sides with monsters, even their own daughters, is just an animal. How could I possibly spare him? I exited the dream world, saw the villagers of Liu family village holding torches, rushing over led by Qiyu. Qiyu told them, now he can speak human language. I instructed, a god must remain mysterious. Letting my demon pet speak intimidates the believers more. Qiyu understood, picked up a candle, placed it beside Old Gray's shattered body, and shouted with a slightly rough voice. Old Gray has been slain by Lord Zhuanyong. Night creatures speaking human words are shocking. But right now everyone's attention is locked onto that massive dead rat. That's Old Gray. The villagers' eyes widened, faces full of disbelief. Just a while ago, they watched from afar, only saw lightning rampage, and heard constant screams. Couldn't even tell who was who. Some elders were so tense they fainted. Old Gray was so fearsome. Must have been a huge rat. How is that even possible? Until someone found Master Gao's body. Now everyone was sure. If Old Gray wasn't dead,
He'd never let Master Gao be killed.
Congratulations to Lord Zhuanyang for killing the evil god. Old Gray Lord Zhuanyang is mighty. Liu Fu dropped to his knees, bowed toward the small temple in worship. Lord Zhuanyang is mighty. The villagers came to their senses, kneeling down in unison. Tears of excitement filled their eyes. Not long ago, they were worried about Lord Zhuanyang. Old Gray's reputation was just too fierce. He had dominated Julong town for decades. Now, just like that, he's dead. No wonder Lord Zhuanyang told us to return to the village. He clearly had a plan all along. Liu Fu suddenly understood, grabbed a young man. Hurry, go tell Santai and the others the good news. The young man ran off at once. Unlike the cheering in Liu family village, Niu Bio and the other village chiefs were stunned. How can an immortal die? And it's by a rat, at that. What should be done with these people, Divine Lord? Qiyu asked for instructions. Kill the one from the Liu family. Keep the others alive. Have Liu Fu report to the mayor. If any of these people commit crimes, deal with them according to the king's laws. Niajazhuang is the main culprit. They were heavily involved in all of High Priest Gao's dirty work. Niu Bo's death is well-deserved. Killing him is not only punishment for evil, but also to set an example. I want to completely uproot Lord Hui's influence. From today on, there will only be one true deity in Julong town, and that is me. Zhuanyang, we originally wanted to reveal ourselves and make a bold announcement. But to maintain the dignity of the gods, we restrained ourselves. Qiyu, go make a trip to the Lord's temple. Kill all living hostages. If you find anything valuable, remember to bring it back. Especially that rain banner capable of altering the weather. Make sure to find it. Honestly, I really wanted to go collect the spoils myself and enjoy the thrill of opening loot boxes. Unfortunately, my jurisdiction is restricted, so Qiyu has to take care of it for me. There are probably still a lot of rat demons in that temple, so be careful. Real little monsters. Perfect, I haven't eaten all day. Qiyu's eyes sparkled with excitement, drool almost dripping down. After sending off Qiyu, I instantly felt free and unburdened. The huge weight of Lord Hui was finally lifted. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Merit for protecting the land and people, plus 500. Note, this mission can trigger repeatedly. A system notification window suddenly popped up. 500 points? Is the value based on the strength of the monster slain? That's a fortune. A medium-scale village ritual only gives 300 points, and the words can trigger repeatedly. clearly point the way to exorcism and demon hunting as the road to getting rich. But for now, what I need the most is rest. Casting the 5 thunder spell 4 times in a row. My spiritual power is nearly depleted. I immediately returned to my idol and entered a recovery state. The night while I slept, the outside world was turned upside down. The next morning, a string of explosive news swept through all of Shiakai County. Lord Hui was killed by Xuanyang. Turns out Lord Hui was actually a man-eating rat demon. Xuanyang's divine messenger Yexiao led heavenly soldiers to flatten the Lord's temple, leaving rat demon bodies everywhere. The county office quickly deployed agents, destroying all Lord Hui statues in multiple villages, and taking the involved village heads in for questioning. The authorities put up public announcements, strictly forbidding private worship of Lord Hui. Violators will be imprisoned. Rumor has it, even the county magistrate himself has gone to Liu family village to pay respects to Xuanyang. News spread quickly among the people, drawing crowds to Liu family village to witness the excitement. The county has already reported to the imperial court. Xuanyang of Zhuosheng now officially enjoys government incense at Zhuanyang Palace. Inside the main hall, the county magistrate Yukun respectfully placed a crimson decree stamped with the Guanyan seal on the altar. Yukun placed it on the incense table with reverence. County officials can't confer godhood, but an official decree from the government amounts to official recognition, making it a key sign of a god's legal status. First-tier deities are given the title of Duke. Second-tier get the title of Lord. It's a strict hierarchy. Greetings. Liu Fu's voice trembled with excitement outside Zhuanyang Palace. He led the villagers in bowing down. The crowd of villagers knelt in waves behind him. Many elderly villagers were crying uncontrollably. This poor, remote Liu family village had never produced a single notable figure for generations. Now, they've produced an officially recognized ultimate true deity. Last night, they faced the threat of annihilation. Now they're basking in ultimate glory. Everything feels like a dream. After the edict was read aloud, my system popped up another notification. Congratulations, host. You've been promoted to the title of Duke. Starting today, merit from incense offerings will increase by 1.2 times. One more item slot added to the shop. With a slight increase in high-quality goods refresh rate, I was instantly elated. The title isn't just impressive, but also surprisingly useful. A 1.2x merit gain rate really adds up over time, and it's basically for free. The extra slot in the shop is perfect right now. I never thought the hardest title to get would also be the most useful. I sighed to myself. Next upgrade probably needs an official from the state level, so you can imagine how hard that'll be. Merit plus 100. A prompt suddenly popped up. I saw it's from Yukun, dressed in official robes, burning incense. The town mayor gives 30. The county magistrate gives 100. The higher the rank, the more merit they grant. No issues there. Lord Turtle has been a threat to the region. I've long wanted to get rid of him, but my hands were tied. Thank you, Zhuanyang Palace, for removing evil for the people, Yukun solemnly muttered, though a hint of smugness flickered in his eyes. I scoffed inwardly. Last night when High Priest Gao blocked the door, you played dead. Now you're here to steal my credit and take the glory. I bet the old fox never had good intentions from the start. Probably egged on Lord Hui to give me trouble, so he could reap the benefits as a bystander. But I'm not falling for that. I have to teach him a lesson. Perfect chance to try out my newly upgraded daydream realm. With a thought, I forcibly pulled Yukun, who was burning incense, into the dream realm. Wait, where am I? Wasn't I just offering incense? Yukun looked around the white mist in panic. A stern voice boomed above him like thunder from the heavens. Yukun looked up in terror to see a majestic deity surrounded by auspicious clouds, radiating dazzling golden light, floating in the air. That overwhelming divine aura nearly forced him to his knees. I am Xuanyang. Let me ask you, were you in league with the Lord Hui? At Zhuanyang Palace, Yukun was so scared he nearly lost his mind and dropped to his knees. Your humble official is innocent. I swear I had no dealings with him. It's just that the rat demon was eating people. I reported it to the town spirit department, but no one ever showed up, and I was powerless to do anything. That's why I endured it until now. So you purposely provoked him to challenge me, hoping to use me as a weapon. You dare not lie to me now. Under divine pressure, Yu Kun didn't dare lie. He steeled himself and confessed everything. I really thought Zhuanyang Palace would lose against him. Just wanted to stall for time until the spirit department showed up. But your power was overwhelming, and you finished him off yourself. Wow, I thought I was being used. But in his eyes, I'm just cannon fodder to delay things. All I saw was a flash of thunder, the pressure of the 5 thunder spell bearing down on Yu Kun. You really thought this through, thinking that just by giving me the Duke title afterward, I'd just let it go? Or do you think I don't dare kill a government official like you? Please, Xuanying Palace, have mercy. I admit my guilt. I only did it to rid the people of evil. Yu Kun felt the raging thunder overhead. Scared, he frantically kowtowed and begged for mercy. The lightning stopped a few inches above his head. Considering your original intention was for the local peace and order, I shall spare your life. From now on, you know what to do. Yes, from now on, your humble official, will follow your lead, immortal. Yu Kun felt as if he had been granted a great pardon. He repeatedly expressed his loyalty. Oh, by the way, my lord, those village chiefs in the capital who were coerced by Master Gao, they've come to seek an audience, begging the immortal for forgiveness. And they offered to change the surname of their entire village. Immortal, your humble official, was thinking, should we order all villages to build temples and offer worship to you? If all villages believe in me, wouldn't the merit points just explode? Wait, I suddenly realized. Merit points are linked to piety. The county magistrate forcing people to change their surnames through administrative orders cannot earn genuine faith. It might even cause resentment. Offering incense without true devotion wouldn't generate any merit points. Wouldn't that be a waste of effort? Moreover, if I truly became the patron deity of a county, and there were more evil spirits harming people in the county, would I intervene or not?
Intervening might cost me my life.
Not intervening, a deity, would lose all prestige. Of course, I want to be a top-tier patron deity, but I must wait until my strength matches. I absolutely cannot try to rush things. Faith must come from the heart. I am not old Master Gray. I do not like to force things. Let's drop this matter. But I appreciate your sentiment. I refused with a calm tone. My gravitas was maximized. Yu Kun was stunned. He thought flattering the deity would please him. But he was rejected in the end. A true deity's perspective is indeed different. Yu Kun suddenly understood. The Zhuanyang Palace and Old Master Gray were not deities of the same path at all. If he could cling to this powerful patron, he immediately declared, Immortal, your righteousness is profound. From now on, with you presiding over Shatsai County, it will surely be peaceful. My lord, if you have any commands, I, your humble official, will brave any danger. It's easy to say, but I fear the immortal will find me dull, and not give me any tasks. I got goosebumps. Sure enough, no matter where you are, sycophancy is a required course for officials. The dream shattered. Yu Kun suddenly awoke. He looked up at the statue of the deity. His eyes were filled with humility and fervor. Bang! He knelt on both knees and reverently lit an incense stick. Look, the county magistrate really knelt down to Zhuanyang Palace. The villagers of Liu family village, watching the commotion outside the temple, instantly erupted. Who said last night that even the county magistrate would have to kneel? That's a true deity. Old Master Gray was so fierce. But wasn't he struck dead by the heavenly lightning of Xuanyang Palace? The village had never been so lively. Not only the county magistrate and town head came. Even the village chiefs who came with Master Gao last night to cause trouble were now obediently kneeling outside the temple gate, begging for forgiveness. They didn't even dare to cross the threshold. Not to mention the common people who had suffered at the hands of Old Master Gray. Hearing that the evil god had been executed, they traveled long distances to offer incense and give thanks. The queue stretched from the temple entrance all the way to the village entrance. Liu Fu organized the village women to boil water and brew tea, to treat the pilgrims for free. Villagers also brought out their own sunflower seeds and peanuts to entertain guests. Everyone's face was beaming with the pride of ownership. The glory of Xuanyang Palace was the glory of Liu family village. This main hall is too dilapidated. The Xuanyang Palace may not mind. But we, your devotees, cannot stand by and watch. Town Head Lu. Aren't you going to recast a golden effigy for Zhuanyang Palace? In front of the divine statue, the town office and county yamen will allocate special funds to rebuild the temple. This matter will be overseen by village chief Liu. How about it? Yukon said loudly, forcing people to change their surnames. The deity disagreed. Paying to rebuild the temple? Surely he'll accept that, right? Your lordship is wise. This humble commoner thanks your lordship on behalf of Zhuanyang Palace. Liu Fu's eyes were red with excitement. Oh no, not at all. Yukon quickly helped him up. Amiable and kind. Before Zhuanyang Palace, everyone is a devotee. If the village has any trouble in the future, feel free to come to me, your official. And me, for major issues find the county magistrate. For minor issues find me. This county administrator, Town Head Luzon, also quickly expressed his loyalty. Afraid of being left out of the big shot's favor. The festivities continued until noon before dispersing. Finally, it's peaceful. I eagerly opened my panel. Merit points, 1920. Breaking 1,000 for the first time. Nearing the 2,000 mark. This morning's commotion was worth it. How should I spend them? The 5 Thunder Arts has reached the 3rd level. Its power is terrifying. I'm looking forward to the 4th level. But the cultivation method has reached its limit. I must first spend 800 points to upgrade its grade. Looking at the balance of nearly 2,000, I still held back. Today is May 27th. The shop will refresh at the beginning of the month in 3 days. Although the 5 Thunder Arts is powerful, its methods are singular. It's better to save the merit points. To see if new cultivation methods appear at the beginning of the month. Having made up my mind, I closed the panel. Slow down. Don't trip on the threshold. This is the stone material for the Zhuanyang Palace statue. Liu Fu's shouts came through. I curiously looked into the courtyard. Several workers were strenuously carrying a huge 6-foot-long stone slab. It was delivered so quickly. The county magistrate and town head must have rushed it. I examined the stone, white with a hint of green, lustrous like jade, clearly priceless at first glance. Liu Fu bowed to the deity statue and reported, Zhuanyang Palace. This is the stone material sent by the county magistrate. He said it was Hetian jade originally bought to ward off evil from his home. He specifically contributed it for you to recast your spiritual body. Its origin is absolutely clean. This Yukon really knows how to handle things. Fortunately, he's an official with some principles. I'll tolerate his flattery. But if he were a corrupt official who exploited the common people, I would have struck him dead with lightning long ago. The stonemason arrived with the stone material. He put down his tools and started working. I was filled with anticipation. In my original memories, the material of the divine statue is closely related to divine power bonuses. Clay statues are the worst, with no bonuses. Above that are wooden statues, stone statues, jade statues, and golden statues. I originally thought I'd be able to get a wooden statue, and that would be good enough. But instead, I got high-grade stone directly. I was filled with emotion. Half a month ago, I was still a wisp of spirit that could dissipate at any moment. Thanks to Old Lady Liu's incense stick for saving my life. And by slaying Old Master Gray, I completely opened up the situation. Don't get carried away. Continue accumulating merit points. Develop discreetly. I secretly cautioned myself. Suddenly, I sensed a demonic aura fluctuation above my head. Looking up, a red light flashed on the old tree. Red Feather. I hadn't seen him all morning. I leaped onto a treetop. I saw Red Feather, like a brooding hen, perched in a giant bird's nest. Its neck extended and retracted, accompanied by the flickering red light on its body. Its demonic aura fluctuated erratically. It's cultivating. I didn't disturb him. I waited for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Only then did it slowly open its eyes. Congratulations, Divine Lord, on ascending to the immortal palace. Red Feather was beaming. This little demon returned in the middle of the night. Seeing that the Divine Lord was meditating, I dare not disturb you. So I simply went into secluded cultivation myself. Divine Lord, would you like to hear how this little demon raised Old Master's temple? Tell me about it. The process was unremarkable. It was nothing more than killing some rat demons and releasing the young women imprisoned by Master Gao. It seems Master Gao's preferences were normal, having been the old rat's accomplice for all these years. It must have been hard for him. Divine Lord, there's a secret chamber beneath Old Master's temple. The little demon gathered some pills and demon clan cultivation techniques. Chiu pulled out a thick book from the bird's nest. He handed it to me, and I flipped through it. Inside, it recorded techniques like wind control and earth escape, as well as demon spells like astral projection and cultivation insights. They were of no real use to me, so I gave it back to him. Pick something suitable for yourself to practice. But remember, evil cultivation methods that require harming others to progress aren't to be touched at all. Chiu nodded repeatedly. Understood, Master. By the way, what kind of pills were you talking about? They're evil pills made with the blood of virgin boys and girls, along with some disgusting ingredients. They do more harm than good for a righteous cultivator like me. I burned them all. Well done. If you keep performing well, I'll make sure to guide you in your future cultivation. I nodded approvingly. Did you find the rain summoning banner? God Monarch, please take a look. Chiu dug out from the nest a light yellow triangular silk banner with strange runes drawn in cinnabar on it. This is the rain summoning banner. I played around with it, but couldn't figure it out. Then a prompt suddenly appeared before me. Congratulations, host, you have obtained your first grade yellow magical artifact. Exchange system unlocked in the shop. Grade yellow spiritual tool rain summoning banner can be exchanged for 200 virtue points. Exchange now? I froze. This lousy system actually takes back used equipment. I already have celestial phenomena divine power. This junk banner is useless to me. I exchanged it without hesitation and watched it vanish. 200 virtue points received. Though the price was a ripoff, at least it was free loot. From now on, I can trade gear dropped from monsters for money. This system is basically encouraging me to slay more demons and evil creatures. My heart burned with excitement. I looked at Chiu. You played a huge part last night. Come with me. I'll reward you with another incense stick. Back in the main hall, I directly infused the newly acquired 200 virtue points into the incense, granting this as a small reward. Compared to his contributions and retrieving the rain summoning banner, it's really not much. Chiu took a long time to absorb it all. Just as he was about to kneel and thank me, he suddenly swayed and collapsed to the floor. What's wrong? I asked, watching him. His eyes were glazed, like someone getting energized after a drink. The divine power in this incense is too overwhelming. A little demon like me gets dizzy off it. I need some time to recover. Chiu was extremely shaken inside. This incense had several times the divine power as the last one. Not only did it help him stabilize his transformation stage, it might even be enough to push him to perfection in that stage. That's something he might never achieve even with hundreds of years of dedicated cultivation. Chiu was so moved he almost choked up. God Monarch, if not for being different species and gender mismatch, he'd probably want to devote himself to you. Alright, that's enough mushy talk. Tell me, how do you demons cultivate? I've been wanting to understand this world's cultivation system. I was too busy handling Grey Lord's pressure before. Now's a good time to catch up, since demon slaying is going to be my main job from now on. Chiu began explaining. Demon cultivation is split into righteous and evil paths. Righteous demons absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It's safe but very slow and depends heavily on talent. Someone like Chiu, born lucky and works hard, still needs great effort. Those with less talent who want shortcuts end up as evil cultivators. Evil cultivation comes in many forms, but at its core, it's all about taking from others, be it essence, blood, life force, or vitality. It's like the difference between honest work and robbery. Robbery is quick money, but the authorities like the Spirit Suppression Department and exorcists from the Buddhist and Taoist orders will be after you. Grey Lord could run wild in Julong Town, mainly because it's remote, and because so many demons have been causing chaos everywhere recently. The Spirit Suppression Department is understaffed. Plus, to the authorities, someone at Grey Lord's level doesn't even make the list. So after all that, Grey Lord was just a bottom-tier evil spirit. I was shocked in secret. Looks like I've got a long way ahead of me. What about cultivation stages then? What do the second and third stages mean? You don't know, God Monarch? Chiu was surprised. Let me quiz you then. I tried to stay calm and unfazed. Not a hint of embarrassment. He continued explaining, whether human or demon, or even spirit or ghost, cultivation stages are commonly referred to among the public as the first stage, second stage, and so on. Each stage is further divided into initial, middle, high, and perfection levels. For demons, the early stages are awakening, transformation, fetal breath, and reincarnation. For human warriors, it's body refinement, ki condensation, spirit gathering. Strength at the same stage is roughly equal. Chiyu is currently at the initial transformation stage, the second stage, initial level. I see. I made some mental calculations. Initial, middle, high seem to correspond to my status panel's lower and upper grades. So what stage would my Waymo wild god be in? Definitely not just the first stage. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to beat Chiyu. Seems like deities have their own unique realm system, with a much higher starting point than normal beings. Grandmaster Gao said Grey Lord was peak third stage, about to break through to the fourth stage. Is that for real? It should be. If he were at the fourth stage, a little demon like me wouldn't survive a single blow. I recalled last night's battle. It was a sneak attack, but to easily obliterate a peak third stage Grey Lord, my power is definitely beyond his. Looks like being a god has a lot of potential. I was in a great mood. In the days that followed, life was pretty relaxed. Every day I'd handle some trivial prayers from believers and enjoy the offerings of incense. Until a few days later, a woman helped a skinny, emaciated man to Zhuanyang Temple for help. Help us. My husband Liu Kang went hunting on Jupin Mountain recently and was bewitched by an evil spirit. Inhaled some toxic miasma, then started coughing up blood non-stop after he came back. He's barely hanging on now. Please, Zhuanyang Temple, have mercy. I released my spiritual sense to check Liu Kang. His face was dark and bruised, with frosted hair, and an icy, evil miasma was filling his body, constantly eating away at his vitality. With my current power, it's not hard to drive out the miasma, but it would take some time. I decided to go to his house at night and handle it slowly. After the couple left, Chiu mumbled at the side. Jupin Mountain has been weird lately. There used to be fog only at night, but now it's shrouded even in the daytime. No idea what's going on. Isn't Jupin Mountain where the Wangpi and the purple gold creature caught Lu Diyu before? Liu Kang was startled by that yellow weasel too. I asked, but it shouldn't be. If it was that weasel, the guy would have been drained dry and not made it out. Lots of demon beasts in Jupin Mountain. They say even a white ape king rules there. So who actually hurt him? Hard to say. Since the place is a demon haven, why don't you go cultivate there yourself? I may be a mediocre little demon, but I refuse to follow the evil path. Chiu puffed up his chest, proud, then looked a little concerned. But if the white fog doesn't clear even during the day, something bad might be about to happen in the mountains. That night, I went to Liu Kang's house. He was tossing in his sleep, visibly in pain, covered in cold sweat, mumbling nonstop as if in a nightmare. Don't come near me, still having a nightmare. I immediately used my dream-walking divine power. In the dream, it's the dense forest of Jupin Mountain shrouded in thick fog. Liu Kang is stumbling along a forest path, running frantically, barely keeping his balance. A group of large monkeys is chasing after him. The monkeys quickly pounce on Liu Kang, forcing him toward a side path. Don't grab me. I really didn't mean to wander in here. Liu Kang cries out in despair. The scenery around him gradually distorts. I guess Liu Kang is about to wake up. It's too much trouble to make him fall asleep and dream again after he wakes. So I simply shout softly, break the illusion, and bring him into a void space of pure consciousness. Where is this? Liu Kang regains his senses, looks around in confusion. This is your dream realm. I reveal myself slowly. My spirit form resembles the divine statue to some extent, and I radiate a divine glow all over. Liu Kang recognizes me at a glance. Zhuanyang Temple. He immediately bows down, overwhelmed with excitement. You were almost killed by a group of monkeys in your dream just now. I want to know what happened. Liu Kang falls into recollection, then replies after a moment. I think I just remember what happened to me at Jupin Mountain. I was chased by a bunch of monkeys back then. So it really happened in reality. Where did those monkeys come from? Why were they chasing you? I don't know either. I was out hunting nearby that day, and somehow wandered into Jupin Mountain. I got lost, and those monkeys had red eyes. They chased me like monsters as soon as they saw me. I was so frightened I ran aimlessly. In the end, I don't even know how I got out. Thank heavens. Once I exited the mountain pass, they stopped chasing me. Wandered into the mountain by accident, and then somehow wandered out. Who would believe that nonsense? Who would buy such a story? I watch his eyes flicker. He's definitely hiding something important. Nothing else to say? No, that's all. Liu Kang doesn't dare look up. Fine, since he doesn't want to talk. I'm not bothered to keep asking. If it weren't for his wife crying and begging earlier today, I wouldn't bother with someone this half-hearted. Gods offer blessings to their followers, but you only get what you truly believe in. I'm not his father after all. I step forward and bestow a blessing, removing the cold poison from his body. Without any extra words, I exit the dream directly, back at the temple. I'm so excited I rub my hands together, waiting for midnight to arrive. Today is May 30th. Once it's midnight, it'll be the first day of the next month. The store will refresh. No disasters occurred in my area this month, so I get 300 merit points. Just before midnight, a system pop-up appears. There's actually an end-of-month bonus. I check my balance 2,280, with over 200 of it, coming from offerings made by visitors from other villages these days. As soon as the time arrives, I can't wait to open the store. Bodyguard key, yellow rank, defense skill. Costs 300 merit points to exchange. Root bone pill, yellow rank effect. Enhances root bone. Only effective for living beings with bodies. Costs 300 merit points to exchange. Chaotic blade technique, profound rank, attack skill. Available for blade-type weapons. Costs 1,000 merit points to exchange. There's indeed an extra product slot now. An attack and a defense skill, exactly what I need. As for that root bone pill, the note clearly says it's for beings with flesh. Maybe I can grant it to someone else. It's only 300 points anyway. I'll give it to Chiu later and see if it works. If it does, I'll treat it as a reward. I also decisively take the other 2 skills. In the blink of an eye, my whopping 2,280 points are down to just 680. Money just slips through my fingers. It stings a bit, but thinking about how incense offerings refresh every new month, I'll earn it back soon. So I let it go. After redeeming successfully, the knowledge of the 2 skills is automatically infused in my mind. As if I've been practicing for years, I use them with ease. I check the panel yellow. 5 Thunder Technique 3/9 yellow, Bodyguard Key 1/3 profound, Chaotic Blade 1/5. So different skills have different level caps. I decide not to upgrade for now, and test out the first level's power. I head to the courtyard, and silently recite the Bodyguard Key skill. Unmovable in all directions. Spirit Connection Grotto. I make a hand seal, and purple energy surges from my core, forming an invisible wall of energy 3 inches from my body. It stays up even without deliberate focus. Looks pretty amazing. I wonder how well it holds up to hits. One call over Chiyu, and have him attack me with full force. My lord, I can't do that. What if I accidentally hurt you? Cut the crap, go all out? Chiyu can only obey. All his feathers bristle, as wild monstrous power blazes around him like fire. Then he crashes into me like a cannonball. Boom! I don't move an inch. Chiyu, on the other hand, gets bounced off, rolling on the ground several times. Feathers scatter everywhere. My lord, this new skill of yours is incredible. It felt like crashing into an iron wall. Chiyu looks stunned. And to think he was worried he'd hurt me just a minute ago. How much strength did you use? About 80%. I check my key barrier. It's mostly shattered. Barely 20% left holding on. I immediately open my panel. Spend 300 points to upgrade Bodyguard Key to the 2nd level. If the first level was like 10 years of hard training, the 2nd level is 20 years of cultivation. I project the key barrier again, and have Chiyu hit me with the same force. Yes, my lord. Boom. After the impact this time, I check the barrier, and find it still has half of its strength, meaning, if I take the same hit again, I can still withstand it. Just one level difference. Yet my defense is doubled. I'm very satisfied. With this key barrier, I'll have excellent self-defense in battles from now on. Level 3 needs 500 points. I'm short on balance. I'll pause for now. Time to test the chaotic blade technique's power. I eagerly recall the key points of the chaotic blade technique, then suddenly freeze. Damn, I need an actual blade to practice. And there seem to be specific requirements for the blade's size and strength. Forget about strength for now. I'll just find any blade that works. Chiyu, go get me a blade. I give him the size specifics and tell him to meet me in the grove behind the temple. Soon, Chiyu flies back holding a hatchet in his beak. Where did you find this? I take the blade. It's fairly sharp. Borrowed well, stolen from a villager's woodshed. My lord, will this blade work? Let's see, the size is right. I close my eyes slightly, and following the key points of the technique, channel my energy into the blade, forming a blade aura. At first I'm a little clumsy, but after a few tries, it comes naturally. If I were training on my own, I'd need at least 8 to 10 years to reach this level. The system's direct download is so satisfying. As the power of the blade kept rising, the machete shone with intense brilliance, like a freshly made branding iron. The scorching heat forced Chiyu to keep backing away, eyes full of anticipation. I shouted loudly, holding the machete charged with full momentum high above my head. I brought it down fiercely on a huge boulder in front of me. With a crisp cracking sound, the giant stone was actually split in two. Not shattered, but cut with a line as smooth as a mirror, almost like cutting tofu with a knife. This is the terror of true blade force, concentrating strength to the limit. Nothing is unbreakable. No wonder it's a secret mystical technique. It's awesome, but pretty hard on the blades. I looked at the cast iron machete in my hands, now snapped into several pieces, and sighed helplessly. God Lord, your blade technique is just too powerful. Chiyu scratched her head and began to explain. Spiritual weapons are forged from special materials, or born with spirit due to rare chances, and are extremely tough. Some even have special attributes. US fairies rarely use spiritual weapons, mainly because we can't get any. For humans, even among martial artists, only major sects can forge them. Chiyu added, God Lord, this blade technique needs a spiritual weapon. I see, but where am I supposed to get a spirit blade? It's not like I know any martial arts sects. Maybe the store will have one for sale next month. Without a spirit blade, this mystical blade technique is basically half useless. If I'd known, I wouldn't have switched. The system didn't even give me a warning. I grumbled to myself, just as I was feeling frustrated. Chiyu suddenly leaped to her feet excitedly. I just remembered. There actually is a spirit blade in Liu Village, full of evil energy. Definitely worthy of your technique. I was quite surprised. A place this remote actually has a spiritual blade. Yeah, the butcher Zhao at the village entrance. My heart skipped a beat at the mention of the butcher. Wait, you're not talking about the butcher's knife, are you? No, it's a knife hanging on the wall gathering dust. Chiyu said firmly. I was wandering near his place the other day and sensed a hidden murderous aura, so I went inside. It's definitely a spiritual weapon. Since she was so sure, I figured why not check it out. I arrived at the home of Butcher Zhao at the village entrance. The Zhao family are outsiders who settled here while fleeing famine. They make a living by butchering pigs, doing business with several nearby villages. As I approached, I heard the grunts and squeals of pigs being slaughtered from the yard. Blood everywhere. Deities hate filth the most, so I did not enter the yard. I concealed my presence and floated straight into the main house. Sure enough, as soon as I entered, I felt the evil aura Chiyu was talking about. There, all alone on the wall, hung a knifeless blade without a scabbard. The blade was a bit longer than an ordinary machete, with a beautiful curve. Just looking at the size and shape, it was practically made for the Hun Tian blade technique. Even more impressive, the design of this blade was exactly my aesthetic. Even though the blade was covered in dust, it couldn't hide its cold, bone-piercing edge. Even as a deity, I had to gently circulate power, just to resist its chilling aura. This truly is a rare spirit blade. God Lord, did this little demon spot it right? Chiyu eagerly sidled up. I nodded. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but the moment I first saw this blade, I felt an odd sense of familiarity. This is the one. If you like it, God Lord, just take it. Chiu urged. I raised my hand, but stopped just before touching the blade. It's a good blade, but it belongs to someone else. If I take it without asking, that's no different from theft. Even if no one notices, I wouldn't be able to live with myself. Chiu saw what I was thinking, and quietly admired me, saying, God Lord, you've done so much for the village. What's taking a blade worth anyway? Besides, the butcher Zhao doesn't use this blade. No way he'd use it for slaughtering pigs. Still, rules are rules. As a god, how could I steal from a believer? Chiu's eyes rolled. Since you don't want to take it for free, God Lord, why not grant him a wish as exchange? That's actually a good idea. How do you know he has a wish? Who among people doesn't have a wish? You silly bird have some brains after all.
Hee hee, thanks for the compliment, God Lord.
I rubbed my chin, lost in thought. Just not sure if this butcher Zhao wants money or a wife. I can't just ask him outright. That would be too embarrassing. Gotta find the right opportunity. Anyway, the blade isn't going anywhere. There's something important I have to deal with today, so I reluctantly returned to the temple. Before long, village chief Liu Fu led a big crowd from neighboring villages to the temple. He had everyone wait outside, and only brought 3 people into the Zhuanyang Palace. These 3 were the village chiefs from Baijia Gang, Panjia Weiziai, and Niu Jiazhuang. The statues for each village had been made, so they came especially to invite the blessing and have the statues consecrated. I already knew about this. At the end of last month, right after I destroyed the Grey Lord, Liu Fu brought the chiefs of 5 villages to worship me and said they wanted to change their allegiance. That suited me just fine. I immediately agreed by casting divination coins. Thought it would take at least 10 days for them to finish statues. But they're back so soon, though it was 5 chiefs last time. How come only 3 showed up today? Liu Fu seemed to notice my confusion. He explained that the elders from Shanwang and Shanlu villages initially agreed, but changed their minds after objections from clan elders. It's causing quite a commotion. So Zhuanyang Palace will bring the blessing for these 3 communities first. A last-minute change. These 5 villages always worshipped the Grey Lord. Now that the evil god is gone, what resistance could the common people have? Something's fishy, but that's a problem for later. Expanding my domain is what matters most now. By custom, a star god must take an incense stick from the ancestral temple and insert it in their own censer to consecrate a new statue. We from Baijia Gang, Yujiazhuang, and Panjia Weiziai are willing to worship Xuanyang Palace as our village deity for generations to come. If we break this vow, may we be struck down by heaven and see our villages destroyed. The 3 village chiefs swore a vicious oath in public. The people from Lu village watched in shock. Why such a heavy oath just to switch gods? Thank goodness the old lord didn't demand this back then. Old Liu, the senior clan elder, saw right through it. They're just showing loyalty, abandoning their ancestral gods. And then the Grey Lord. It's perhaps understandable, but they'll get a reputation for being disloyal. Only with such a vicious oath can they win the trust of Xuanyang Palace. Everyone realized, and things went smoothly. The 3 village chiefs each took an incense stick and respectfully returned to their villages. I waited eagerly, when suddenly a rush of unfamiliar information flooded my mind. It was from new statues, and there were 3 of them. I tried locking onto one with my divine sense, and the outline of the statue immediately appeared clearly. As I willed, my spiritual sense traveled through instantly. Arriving in the void, suddenly my vision cleared. The house was crowded with people. I recognized the man standing at the front as Baijia Gang's village chief, Bai Daily. I looked down and examined. I discovered that the spiritual thought had completely merged with this wooden statue. Its power is far greater than a simple spiritual thought alone. It's probably about 70% as strong as the original body. This wooden statue is like my substitute. I can teleport instantly between several statues. I took an inner look. It felt very novel. But the teleportation just now used up nearly 1/5 of my mana. Turns out, instant movement costs MP. Makes sense. If you could fly endlessly without any cost, that'd basically be exploiting a bug. I surveyed my new home. It's larger than the temple in Liu family village. All the ritual items are brand new. As for why they used a wooden statue instead of a stone one, they consulted about it beforehand. They dared not surpass Liu family village's ancestral temple. Everyone has arrived. Follow me to offer incense. Bai Daily was about to preside over the ceremony. An elder shakily stood out. Wait, I have something to say to Zhuan Yanggong. Ning, the auspicious time is here. Let's talk about it later. The elder ignored him. He kneeled at the statue.
He knocked his head 3 times loudly.
Zhuan Yanggong, I feel ashamed to say this. You are the third deity of our village. Outsiders might think we keep changing faith, but that's not the case. Our village originally worshipped Oshenda for generations. We never neglected him, but he never showed his power. Later, Master Gao forced us to change our surname and worship the evil god that eats people in Loalin. We refused, so he took ruthless measures. For the sake of survival, we had no choice but to submit. The elder's voice trembled. Tears streamed down his face. Though afterward the harvest improved, it was exchanged for the lives of our children. This is our village's greatest humiliation. The sound of suppressed crying came from the wealthy in the crowd. Many people were moved to tears. Zhan Yanggong, I want you to know, we are people with backbone. Today we sincerely worship you. This is from the bottom of our hearts. Nothing comes easy. After finishing his speech, he banged his head on the ground again and again. I was deeply moved.
Honestly,
I used to dislike these villages that kept switching sides. I didn't have a good impression. Accepting them was purely about expanding my territory and collecting merits. But after hearing their blood-stained story, seeing the sorrowful faces of the villagers, I realized my prejudice ran too deep. Living beings are like water, flowing with the current. When guided by good people, they will naturally show their pure faith and sincerity. At this moment, I truly accepted them. Here's a welcome gift for you. With a thought, I cast a blessing spell over the whole crowd. Waves of peaceful golden light scattered like spring rain over everyone. Group casting doesn't have a strong effect, but it's enough to clear away the gloom in their hearts. Hey, why do I feel so much lighter inside? Me too, it feels like a warm current is flowing through my body. The villagers exchanged their amazement. It's a miracle. Zhuan Yanggong revealed his power. He has accepted us. The crowd was full of excitement. Many broke into joyful tears. Because of the past, their biggest fear was being ignored by the deity. Now they finally put this worry to rest. Afterward, I descended separately on Panjawezi and Nayujazhuang. I displayed my divine presence using magic. The consecration ceremonies for all 3 villages were completed successfully. Congratulations to the host for expanding your domain to a radius of 5 miles. Reward: 500 merit points. Congratulations to the host for gaining over 500 followers. Reward: divine skill, vitality. Double happiness. Check the new divine skill, vitality. Can examine the deep state of the target's body, such as shadow images, illusions, and so on. This skill is practical. Shadow images are easy to understand. Are illusions the eye of truth? Check panel, rank, minor wild god, superior, 0800. Domain, 5 miles radius. Divine skill, dream infiltration. Upgraded blessing, shock, celestial phenomena, vitality, all are entry-level skills. Huang Thunder Art 3/9. Huang Defense Aura 2/3. Shan Soul Heavenly Blade, Part 1. Merit points, 2,890. The bulk of the funding comes from the 3 new villages and today's medium-scale sacrifices. Although villagers' sincerity is not high, each only provides 3 or 4 points. The total is still considerable. If I can raise their sincerity in the future, my fixed monthly income will be 3 or 4,000 merit points. The future looks bright. I left the Panjawezi statue. I happily patrolled my newly expanded territory, now several times larger, climbed the highest hill, and looked around. A sense of achievement welled up in me. There are more than 10 villages in Julong town. I've already taken 4. Next step is to unify the whole town. But right now, the most urgent thing is to get that spiritual blade from Butcher Zhao's house. Without the blade technique is just for show. That night, I snuck into Butcher Zhao's dream while he was sleeping. In the dream, Butcher Zhao let a chubby kid ride a big horse. I cleared my throat and revealed myself to maintain my divine dignity. I surrounded myself with divine light. Mist covered my face. Zhuan Gong startled Butcher Zhao. He immediately bowed. I got straight to the point. I appreciate your loyalty. I've decided to randomly select one follower each month and fulfill a small wish. You've been chosen. What's your wish? Though the reason was a bit forced. I couldn't worry about that. Really? Butcher Zhao was overwhelmed. He pointed at the boy next to him. My wish is for him. Your son, what happened to him? I wish he were my son. I've been married for years, but have no children. He's the child I've dreamed of day and night. Butcher Zhao wiped his tears. Zhuan Gong, please grant me a child. Boy or girl, either is fine. I really don't know how to grant children. I'm not the fertility goddess after all. You've been married for years, and always childless. Is there any special reason? I casually asked. It's a long story. Butcher Zhao sighed. Back then, when my wife was pregnant for the first time, she blurted out the ugly secret of our neighbor Lu Nang's daughter. That girl was forced to jump into the well and end her life. A few days later, my wife dreamed that the girl cursed her to never have a child. When she woke, she lost the baby. Afterward, several pregnancies ended the same way. Zhuan Gong, please help me. A female ghost's resentment is at play. Wait here. I sent out a strand of spiritual thought. Return to reality. Used my newly learned vitality skill to look at Zhao Qi, who was asleep. My vision shifted. I suddenly noticed her lower abdomen was enveloped by a cloud of cold black-gray energy. Ghost energy. I wandered around the house, but found no trace of evil spirits. Looks like the female ghost has already reincarnated. Only a remnant of ghost energy is still causing trouble. Zhao Qi's loose tongue caused a death, so she deserves some retribution, but not as severe as losing all descendants. I gathered my power in my fingertip and flicked my finger. Instantly scattered the ghost energy. Feeling I should finish a good deed, I cast another blessing spell, helped her improve her health. Casting continuously left me somewhat mentally drained. I quickly returned to the dream. I have already cleared the ghostly energy from your wife's body and improved her constitution. Work hard from now on. You will surely be greatly rewarded. Thank you so much for your immense kindness, Xuanyang Palace. Butcher Zhao was overwhelmed with excitement. He was already thinking about what to eat to boost his vitality. But when I saw she didn't respond for a long time, I had to thicken my skin and speak up first. I bestow blessings upon you, not seeking anything in return. But the grace of a god is too heavy to bear. It may reduce your own good fortune. To break this bond, I need to randomly take an item of clothing from you. Even I blushed at how ridiculous my story sounded. But Butcher Zhao believed me completely. He nodded repeatedly. Zhuliang Palace always thinks of people like me. I'm so grateful I could cry. But my home is very poor, so I'm not sure there's anything worthy in your esteemed eyes. That knife hanging on your wall. I might be able to use it. Are you willing to part with it? How could you say that, Lord God? Your kindness is as great as a mountain. A broken knife means nothing. Please, just take it. I can't use it anyway. It's finally settled. I quietly let out a sigh of relief. What's the origin of this knife? My ancestors were blacksmiths. They once followed a general. This knife used to be the general's weapon. It has slain over 1,000 enemies. Before his death, the general gave it to my ancestor. Family rules say only someone extraordinary can wield it. We're just keeping it for now, waiting for its true owner. Now it seems. You are the true owner, Lord God. Butcher Zhao was full of anticipation. First, to repay a favor. Second, having a family heirloom noticed by a god is the greatest honor. By the end, he was practically begging me to accept it. Since that's the case, I'll take it. If you need anything in the future, come burn incense at the front of the temple. I didn't hesitate anymore. After leaving the dream, I went straight to his house to get the knife. When I returned to the temple, what a fine blade. By the oil lamp's light, I examined it closely. The blade was silvery white, without any blemishes. Even the phrase cuts hair at a touch can't describe how sharp it is. More importantly, the blade contained a fierce and unyielding spirit. That's the key to its mystical power. But this aura seemed to be suppressed by something, with obvious impurities. I gripped the hilt, slowly channeling my power into it. The impurities became even clearer. It must be from killing and absorbing too much blood, building up residual blood energy. Luckily, it was just on the surface. I used my power to cleanse it away. The true energy of the sword instantly awakened, like a fierce beast recovering from a deadly illness. It started madly devouring my power. As it consumed, I established a strange connection with the blade, and sensed its past. This is a murderous weapon forged solely for slaughter. It must constantly drink blood to maintain its spirit. Once off the battlefield, it could only survive on traces of old blood energy. If it hadn't met me, it would have become plain iron long ago. Just as I was sensing this, suddenly a loud boom erupted in my mind. A ray of golden light exploded in my consciousness, turning into a gigantic tongue. The tongue floated in front of me, 2 rows of razor-sharp fangs nearly touching my face. Crimson snake eyes radiated extreme danger. Hissed the giant snake let out a heart-wrenching scream. A chilling, soul-piercing cold spread instantly, almost shattering my consciousness. I quickly steadied my mind and fought back with all my strength. This monster was the spirit of the blade. It was testing me, seeing if I was worthy to be its master. I instantly understood, but that frigid energy was terrifying. I don't know how long I held on, but my will started to collapse. Was I going to have to give up? No, wait, I'm not willing. In a desperate moment, I suddenly had an idea. No idea if my intimidation spell would work on the blade spirit. Might as well give it a shot. I locked my gaze onto the snake's head and focused all my strength. Intimidate. The giant snake hissed again, but its intimidation weakened, and a hint of confusion and fear appeared instead. The pressure on my mind lessened too. It's working. I was greatly encouraged and channeled all my mental strength into the spell. The situation reversed. The giant snake started struggling. Meanwhile, I felt like someone who'd pulled an all-nighter studying for dozens of hours. Utterly exhausted, only stubborn willpower kept me going. No matter how strong you are, if you want to make me surrender. No way, this knife is mine. Boom. Under the pressure, the giant snake completely collapsed, turning into a gentle stream of light, with all hostility gone. It seemed to be inviting me to take control. I focused my will and connected with it. A mark appeared in my consciousness. The pact was complete. I tightened my grip on the blade. My thoughts flowed smoothly into it. The knife felt like an extension of my arm. Wherever my mind led, it could cut through anything. Thinking back on that struggle, I'm certain this is no ordinary weapon. That general probably never truly tamed it when he was alive. He just used it as regular iron, even though it was a divine weapon, winding up in a butcher's hands. What a twist of fate. But as I sensed deeper, I found a very deep injury inside the blade, seriously disrupting the energy flow and keeping it from reaching its full power. Such an amazing sword. What a shame. Just as I was feeling regretful, the system notification popped up. Congratulations, host. You have made a pact with a yellow-grade spirit blade. Reward, 300 virtue points, and 1 piece of yellow-grade Xuan iron. I was a bit in disbelief. I went through so much trouble to tame this blade, only for it to be the lowest yellow grade. Must be that injury weighing it down. I looked at the Xuan iron I'd just received. It can repair the damaged spirit energy of the Emperor grade and raise its level. The system really gets me. Without hesitation, I used the Xuan iron on the blade. The blade shone brightly and only faded after a long time. I infused it with power to check. Good news, the Xuan iron worked. Bad news, it only fixed 1/3 of the damage. Turns out I need 3 pieces to repair it fully. I was speechless. Xuan iron is not something you can just buy. I'll have to rely on the shop to refresh. It's all up to luck now. Oh well, Emperor grade is still better than plain iron. Definitely better than ordinary iron. I couldn't wait to try out the hunch and blade technique, paired with the spirit blade's power. For comparison, I didn't level up the technique. I went to the grove and struck at the same boulder as before. It was still cut in half, but this time the cut was 3 times deeper and longer. Both depth and length were 3 times greater. I inspected the edge, and there was no sign of any damage. Absolutely terrifying. I opened the panel. Current balance, 3,190 points. Includes 300 points of contract rewards. I've been saving this huge sum for a long time. waiting until I got a blade to upgrade my skills. Now I can spam freely. But before that, I need to upgrade my rank first. Rank is the core, can't be ignored. Current rank, Minor Wild God. Top grade 080. After maxing out, is there a master rank like a warrior? Or is it a direct leap to a higher realm? We'll find out soon. I dump 800 points to max out.
Buzz.
A wave of scorching, violent energy bursts from the stone sea, wildly crushing into the meridians. The remaining color, just like last time. A tearing pain strikes. My face twists in agony. Cold sweat pours out. I grit my teeth and endure. Not sure how long it lasted. Finally, the last blockage bursts. A surging power runs smoothly through my body for several cycles, then turns into a stream of light, returning to the purple mansion. But this time, the power didn't directly enhance my mana. Instead, it turned into a merciless flame, wrapping tightly around my existing mana, fiercely compressing and refining, like swallowing a burning hot iron. After a stick of incense, the torment finally ends. I exhale a long, impure breath, as if sparks are carried out. That's the purple mansion. My mana, once the size of a pomelo, has been condensed. A faint layer of gold now shimmers on the surface. I try circulating my mana, strike an air palm from a distance. The wind from my palm howls, whipping up fallen leaves everywhere. Several small trees opposite shake wildly, almost uprooted. Mana reserves didn't change, but the strength doubled. It all makes sense to me now. Purple Mansion has limited capacity. Reach the cap after 2 upgrades. To get stronger, I have to purify and compress my mana. That touch of gold is the sign of purification. Judging by its quality, there's room for major improvement. Looks like for a long time to come. Upgrades will mean refining mana like this. Check the panel. Rank changed to weak. Low-grade family deity 2000. Sure enough, a leap in realm. Even cultivation method changed. Although weak doesn't sound impressive, but the power boost is real. Next upgrade needs 2000 points. Balance, 2390 points. Still can upgrade, but I'll boost my skills first. Develop evenly, and check the power after upgrading the blade technique. Chaos Blade technique is Zhuan grade. Upgrading from level 1 to 2 needs 500 points. Upgrade. Congratulations, host. Chaos Blade technique upgraded to level 2. A flood of blade experience pours into my mind. Feels like I've practiced for half a lifetime. Level 2 to 3 needs 1000 points. Upgrade again? Congratulations, host. Chaos Blade technique upgraded to level 3. Panel now shows Chaos Blade technique 3/5. The plus button is grayed out. Reach the current rank cap again. I look at my other 2 skills. Body Protection Aura still has a plus button. Level 2 to 3 only needs 500 points. Half the price of the blade technique. Balance still 890 points. Enough. Upgrade. Congratulations, host. Body Protection Aura upgraded to level 3. Maxed out plus button disappears. With this, all 3 skills are at level 3, and their plus buttons are gone. Looks like skill levels are capped by rank. Can only go up to level 3 for now. I'm very satisfied with this round of upgrades. Balance left, 390 points. Not enough for anything. Just about to close the panel. I suddenly catch a prompt below. Congratulations, host. All 3 skills are at level 3. Special reward, 1 God Power upgrade opportunity. Getting all skills to level 3 triggers a hidden achievement. Unexpected bonus. I look at the 5 God Powers. Which one should I choose? After some hesitation, I choose Intimidation. No other reason. Just think the skill looks cool. Good for fighting. Congratulations, host.
Intimidation God Power upgraded from basic to advanced.
Ability expanded when using God Power. Can target those with weaker mental strength. Deliver a mental strike. Mental strike sends the target into collapse. Now this skill can be used offensively. Check panel again. Title, Zhuanying Palace. Rank, weak, low-grade family deity 2000. Territory, 5 li radius. God Power, enter dream. Advanced blessings, basic. Intimidation, advanced, celestial phenomenon, basic, prospers key, basic, skill, yellow. 5 thunder technique, 3/9. Yellow body protection aura, 3/3. Zhuan soul heaven blade technique, 3/5 merit points. 390. Evaluation. Slightly few followers. Spirit lamp. Weak. Can somewhat protect oneself in chaotic times. Evaluation changed. Looks like a leap in realm. The system's assessment upgraded too. Have some self-defense ability now. Not a high evaluation, but at least no longer on the brink of extinction. That's not easy. This spending spree was worth it. Testing out level 3 Chaos Blade technique. I grabbed the treasured blade excitedly. Mana surges. Swing forcefully. Blade intent called. As real as a spirit snake emerging from its hole. Stirring the air around. Within 10 meters, fallen leaves are swept along by blade intent. Charging at the giant stone with destructive power. Boom! A thunderous, deafening sound. I take a closer look. Can't help but curse. Damn, not only is the giant stone smashed. Every tree in a straight line 20 meters ahead. All cut clean in half, leaving only bare stumps a few feet tall. If I didn't do it myself, I wouldn't believe this power. I stroke the blade, heart racing. A fluffy bird pops out from the pile of broken wood, feathers standing on end, like it was just struck by lightning. Turns out it's Chiyu. Why are you here? Little demon came to catch field mice. Just arrived for a meal. Saw the god practicing blade. Didn't dare disturb. Who knew the god's blade cut right toward me? Lucky I'd dodged fast, or I'd be sliced into pieces. Chiyu still shaken. Wings imitate a person bowing respectfully. Congrats, god.
Blade.
Power achieved and got the divine weapon. Double joy. I rub his head. How's your cultivation lately? Pretty good, nurturing human spirit. What does that mean? The hairstyle's complex. Need to develop human expression and features first. God is not a demon. Probably doesn't get it. I roll my eyes. Isn't it just making a face demon? Games from my past life. Never played any, actually. I have some questions. So I pull him down to sit. Chiyu, are there ghosts in this world? Why haven't I seen a single one? Earlier, the Butcher Zhao's wife's case convinced me there are spirits at work here, but I know nothing about this stuff, so I can only ask Chiyu. Let me test you. I smoothly installed another patch. Oh, Chi. So Akabane really fell for it. If I explain seriously, the ghosts in this world are different from the legends of my past life. Normally, when people die, their spiritual energy dissipates. Only those who die tragically or unjustly remain filled with resentment and become ghosts. That's why ghosts are so rare. But once someone becomes a ghost, they can cultivate power. Most end up harming others. They're called evil spirits. As for reincarnation or the underworld, little demon Akabane doesn't know anything about those things. There are even evil spirits around God Lord Julong Town. It's said that there's a water ghost lurking under Black Dragon Pool. It specializes in devouring people who fall into the water. I frowned slightly. I remembered that this legend really exists in my original memories. There are a lot of evil spirits around Julong Town. And it's not just Julong Town. All of Lower Tsai County is filled with evil spirits. Supposedly, it's far more than elsewhere. Why is that? Some say it's because this area is so remote. The town spirit department doesn't have any jurisdiction here. Others claim it's due to strong spiritual energy here, which is good for cultivation. This little demon has never traveled far, so he doesn't really know. Akabane stared enviously at the spiritual blade in my hand. His eyes were full of longing. God Lord, can you let me touch it? I nodded in agreement. Akabane flew onto the blade. He gently stroked it with his wings. Such a good blade. Has God Lord given it a name? Not yet, but it's certainly a divine weapon. How can it not have a flashy name? The trinibu in my bones started to burn. Do you have any suggestions? I asked, and Akabane thought for a moment. It needs a powerful and impressive name. Something like Godslayer or Invincible or whatever. What is it? I looked at him with a half smile. Akabane suddenly realized, and was so startled his feathers puffed up. God Lord, please. I was just talking nonsense. I absolutely didn't mean that. In the end, out of a bunch of choices, I decided on Lingshu. No special reason. It just sounds elegant. From now on, it's called the Lingshu Blade. Just as I finished speaking, a system prompt popped up. Congratulations, host, for completing the naming contract divine weapon task. Your resonance with the divine weapon increased by 1. Now it's 1 out of 10. I was stunned. Just naming the blade can trigger a mission? I tried swinging the Lingshu blade a few times. Maybe it was just psychological, but it really felt a little more powerful. Looks like I need to use this blade more to raise the resonance. For the next mission, I fished out that pitch-black genbone pill from my pocket and handed it to my roommate. That was the reason I got it for him in the first place. I'd been busy dealing with incense tributes and forgot. God Lord, is this a genbone pill? I crafted it myself. It can strengthen your foundation bones. Eat it and give it a try. It'll boost your foundation. Akabane was absolutely stunned. Everyone knows foundation bones are innate and can't be changed after birth. How could this pitch-black pill possibly have such a miraculous effect? Only a true deity like God Lord could ever make a celestial pill like this. Akabane didn't hesitate anymore and swallowed it in one gulp. How do you feel? It doesn't seem to be doing anything. Don't tell me the system sold me fake medicine. I was just about to say something when a cracking sound suddenly came from inside Akabane's body, like pimples popping one after another. That's the sound of bones breaking. His bones are breaking. It hurts! Akabane collapsed in agony, flopping around madly like a chicken with its head cut off. Eventually, he stopped moving completely, except for heavy bull-like gasps. After a long time, he finally managed to climb up, then bowed deeply to me. Thank you, God Lord, for granting me a new life. So, little demon, how are you now? About 30 or 40% of my bones broke and regrew, and my foundation bone strength skyrocketed. Akabane was shaking with excitement. Incense power could help him break through realms, but this gen bone pill actually raised his overall cultivation limit. It was basically a miracle that changed his destiny. That evening, at Lower Tsai County Government Office, Yukon was having tea and taking a break when two men in black uniforms, with cold, arrogant expressions, burst in. Are you the county magistrate? We're spiritual officials Fang Yu and Wang Meng from Wang Commandery's Town Spirit Division. Wang Meng is here by order to exterminate evil spirits of the Great Han. Wang Meng tossed his jade token over arrogantly. Yukon smiled awkwardly. You two are too late. The evil spirit's already been destroyed. What? Who did it? Both were stunned. It was Lord Zhuanyang, the true god of Liu family village. A true god. Wang Meng laughed loudly. No way a true deity could emerge within Huayan territory in just 60 years. That Zhuanyang must be a fake god, just some evil deity pretending. Don't talk nonsense. I saw Lord Zhuanyang perform miracles with my own eyes. Yukon said angrily. You're just a mortal. What would you know?
Take.
Me there now catch these gods. Wang Mang strode away. At Liu family village's temple, worshippers flowed in non-stop. The prayers were all kinds of weird requests. Wives cheating, roosters crowing early, babies needing names. I couldn't help rolling my eyes. I'm a god, not the head of the neighborhood committee. Akabane, go handle the cases about cheating and the rooster. Working overtime today. I'll give you half a stick more of incense. Seeing the incense, it's worth it. Akabane braced himself and went off. Let Yukon and Wang Meng lead the way for releasing the fish. They strode into the temple. Stop with the flattery. I'm here to exorcise demons. This must be the evil god statue. Wang Meng pushed Yukon aside, staring fiercely at the statue. A town spirit department warrior. My heart jumped, and I instantly suppressed my aura, drawing my true spirit deep into the statue. Time to lay low for now. The two of them used spiritual techniques to investigate, but didn't realize the true spirit was hidden away. Wang Mang sneered, grabbed the eternal lamp, and ripped down the curtain in front of the statue. Let's burn this lousy temple, and see if he'll show himself. Wang, don't do anything rash. Be careful or you'll anger the people. Fang Yu tried to stop him. Out of my way! Wang Mang was determined to light the fire. Stop! The worshippers were furious and rushed up to block him. Divine Official Wang, how dare you try to set a fire? I promise you won't make it out of Liu family village. Yukon was anxious too, as they were locked in a standoff. Liu Fu arrived with a big group of villagers holding farm tools and stormed into the temple. Old man, what are you trying to do? Liu Fu roared. Wang Meng was shaken by the villagers' fiery eyes.
He was genuinely scared at heart.
These guys would really fight to the death. Senior brother Wang, let's think this through. Fang Yu tried to play peacemaker. If we don't get rid of the evil god, this won't be over. Wang Mang took the opportunity to back down and walked out in long strides. Old man, what's going on here? Liu Fu questioned angrily. This really isn't my fault. Yu Kun hurriedly explained. Only then did Liu Fu realize he had wrongly blamed the magistrate and apologized repeatedly. It's alright, we're all just trying to protect Xuanyang Palace. I'll offer incense to Xuanyang Palace to apologize. Yu Kun lit incense and knelt to worship respectfully. His vision blurred, and he was once again pulled into the void. Immortal One, what happened today? Really had nothing to do with me. Yu Kun knelt in terror. I know you weren't involved. I'm asking you about those two. Men, who are they? Yu Kun told everything he knew about the town spirit division. These two are just the lowest ranking county-level priests. He begged for years before they were assigned here. If that Wang Mang comes to provoke us again, how should we respond? Yu Kun carefully asked for instructions. Tell Liu Fu, if he comes back again, let him do as he pleases. I have my own arrangements. I follow the way of the dog, and don't want to offend an official-backed warrior for no reason. But this Wang is going too far. He actually wants to burn my temple. If the villagers hadn't stopped me just now, I would have taken action already. If he dares to come again, I'll make sure he leaves here flat. But that Fang Yu seems like a reasonable person. I secretly thought to myself, after leaving the dream, Yu Kun relayed my orders to the villagers, then returned to the county office to pacify Wang Mang. Who knew Wang Mang would be so arrogant? Calling me an evil god at every turn, just as things were about to turn bad. Lu Zan, headman of Julong town, urgently requested an audience. Master, 2 hunters from Jujia village disappeared at the Jupin mountain pass. We suspect they were taken by evil spirits in the mountain. Now there's poisonous miasma even during the day at Jupin mountain, and its range is expanding. I want to request Lord Zhuanyang to come and exorcise the evil. Let a demon god handle evil spirits. Leave it to us brothers. We'll lead the way. Wang Mang pushed open the door and walked out, sneering non-stop. They're just worried they won't have a chance to earn merits. The group arrived at a peak facing Jupin mountain. What powerful beings are in these mountains? Fang Yu asked and heard there were many evil spirits. A few days ago, Zhuanyang Palace just rescued someone from our town, from a yellow weasel demon. Lu Zan replied, just a bunch of trickery. Wang Mang scoffed, striding directly to the mountain pass. Villagers from Jujia village were gathered at the pass. Suddenly someone cried out, "Look! Zhou Bao is back." The missing hunter Zhou Bao staggered out of a farmhouse. "A Bao!" Zhou Biao's parents rushed over to him, but were stopped by Fang Yu. "Don't go over there, he might not be your son anymore." Zhou Bao suddenly let out a bizarre and creepy laugh. Pricking up his ears and listening, "I am the 6th lieutenant under Yuan Shen. Our lord is the master of Jupin Mountain. Lord Gray was killed. Our lord is furious. Every year you must offer 9 oxen, 3 pigs, and 6 pairs of boys and girls. Otherwise, the whole town will be buried with them." After he finished, he ran back on all 4s like a monkey. "Monster, prepare to die." Wang Mang drew his sword and pointed. The flying sword turned into a silver flash, instantly beheading Zhou Bao. The crowd fell silent. Zhou Biao's parents fainted on the spot. Even more terrifying, the headless corpse actually stood up, picked up its head and threw it into the crowd. "Hee, here you go." Then turned and disappeared into the thick fog. Wang Mang immediately chased into the mist, and Fang Yu gritted his teeth and followed. An old man in the crowd caught Zhou Biao's head. Face pale, he wasn't dead at all just now. He was calling for his parents. All the villagers froze. Why are these priests so reckless with lives? Lu Zhang clenched his teeth in anger. He doesn't care about the lives of commoners at all. Yu Kun sighed. "Mayor Lu, quickly go to Liu Jiekan to report at Zhuanyang Palace." After hearing Lu Zhan's report, "I summoned Qiyu to ask about Yuan Shen's details. A low-level demon. He is said to be the strongest monster in the outskirts of Jupin Mountain."
He said Grey Lord might have really been sacrificing tributes to him.
"Let's go check the mountain pass." We entered Jupin Mountain. Inside the white fog, Qiyu marked the path by peeing. "That damn bird! You're back again." The yellow weasel came out of the tomb. When he found out I'm the one who killed Grey Lord from Xuanyang Palace, he was so scared he kneeled and begged for mercy. I used my energy sight to see his internal issues and bestowed a blessing to clear his madness, warned him not to harm humans again. Huang Ling was very grateful. He spilled all the information about Yuan Shen. Yuan Shen is a white ape demon who calls himself old but is as strong as the Grey Wolf. Chu and I kept going deeper. Suddenly, a strong sense of danger appeared behind my head. I turned around sharply, unleashing the 5 thunder spell with my left hand. Boom! I was knocked back several steps. The attacker was a huge, extremely fierce white ape spirit. Who are you? How could you block me? When I used all my strength, the white ape was stunned. This is Lord Zhuanye. Chu shouted, "You're the wild god?" The white ape grinned. Grey Lord is dead, so you take his place. Fine, keep up the regular tributes. If I need anything for my birthday, I'll let you know. I figure you'll need to add your death anniversary as well. I sneered, looking for death. Baiyun was enraged and let out a shriek. Hundreds of red-eyed monkey demons appeared in the white fog. Kids, kill this evil god. And let's enter the town to feast on the humans. Looking at the 5-way intersection ahead, I suddenly felt it looked familiar. Isn't this just like Liu Kang's dream scene? He concealed some key information. I immediately left Jupin Mountain and went back to interrogate Liu Kang. Outside the mountain pass, Wang Mang and Fang Yu were resting. Wang Mang smashed a rock, complaining about not finding the demons, and suggested hiring hundreds of farmers to set the mountain on fire. Fang Yu was shocked, saying it was too dangerous to take so many people into the mountain. That's way too risky. If they die, it'll just be blamed on the evil spirits, giving us more reason to exterminate them in revenge. Wang Mang said coldly. This kind of bandit reasoning is outrageous. Wang Mang forcibly dragged Fang Yu away, heading straight to Liu Jiaken. That bastard god. Let's take them out. Chu ground his teeth in anger. Leave him for now. Go inform all villages. No one is allowed to enter Jupin Mountain. At noon, Liu Kang was home drinking and eating meat. Suddenly his eyes rolled back, and he passed out. Liu Kang, what exactly did you do that day at Jupin Mountain? I sharply questioned him in the dream. Liu Kang broke down mentally and confessed he went to see a white ape demon named Bai Ji. He took me to soak in a spirit spring. But then we were found by monkey demons. I ran all the way back and got poisoned by the miasma. Still dare to lie? I sneered and pointed a finger at him. Look around you. The dream shifted, showing the real lair of the white ape. In a giant bird's nest atop a towering tree hung strings of dried human corpses. Liu Kang was so terrified he couldn't speak. This is the last thing you remember. I exposed his lie. It wasn't Bai Ji who took you. It was you dragging him to go. Liu Kang called out desperately, admitting his grave mistakes. I don't care about your private matters. But if you can recall the exact path you took into the mountain, I'll spare your life. I bestowed a blessing to strengthen his mental powers and had him close his eyes to recall the dream. The scenes kept changing, and the paths in Jupin Mountain became increasingly clear. Meanwhile, Wang Mang seized all the sulfur from the firecracker workshop and went to Bijiagang to recruit more laborers. As a result, the villagers strictly followed my decree. They would rather die than enter the mountain. Wang Mang, furious and frustrated, barged into the Liu family village with Fang Yu. Swinging torches, they injured several villagers and forced their way into the village temple. They locked the doors from the inside, smashed the statue of the deity. Let's see if they dare defy orders again. When Liu Fu heard the news, he led a large group of villagers to break open the temple door. But the scene before them left everyone stunned. That Wang Mang, who had threatened to burn down the temple, was now kneeling stiffly right in front of the idol. His back was deeply bent over with pressure. His whole body was trembling violently, sweating like rain. It's a divine punishment from Xuanyang Palace. The villagers shouted excitedly. Look, he's about to be crushed to the ground. Wang Mang's back was originally somewhat straight, but now it was pressed tightly to his thighs. Only by supporting himself with both hands did he manage not to collapse. What are you looking at? Help me. Wang Mang spotted Fang Yu in the crowd and squeezed out a plea for help through clenched teeth. Fang Yu pushed his way forward and silently recited an incantation, casting the art of insight. What he saw made him gasp in shock. Right in front of Wang Meng stood a tall, imposing man, with his right hand pressing down on the back of Wang Meng's head. This man's face bore a strong resemblance to the statue. And what shocked Fang Yu even more was the aura surrounding him, bathed in a gentle yet solemn golden divine light. This was the light of a true god. He wasn't an evil deity, but a real god. Fang Yu was shaken to his core. I sensed his gaze upon me and turned my head slightly. Do you wish to help him? I wouldn't dare. Fang Yu quickly bowed respectfully. In the presence of a true deity, how could I possibly be disrespectful? With just one hand, he suppressed Wang Meng. With such strength, even 10 of him wouldn't stand a chance. Fang Yu felt incredibly fortunate that he hadn't followed Wang Meng in his reckless acts earlier. I looked away, and my magical power slowly increased. Wang Meng was shaking like a leaf. Crack, crack. 2 crisp sounds rang out. Wang Meng's arms were brutally broken, and he collapsed in a posture of total submission before me. So pitiful, I thought, shaking my head inwardly. But the pressure from my hand did not lessen at all. With his arms ruined, Wang Meng could only use his back to desperately support himself. Xuanyang Palace, I know I was wrong. Please spare my life. Wang Meng's face turned red with strain. Blood tears streamed from the corners of his eyes. He struggled to squeeze out these words. Just moments ago,
He was still cursing, relying on his spirit warden connections.
thinking that I, a country god, wouldn't dare touch him. But now, his arms were broken, his backbone on the verge of snapping. He finally felt the fear of death. Only now does he realize. But it's too late. I shook my head slightly. Letting you off the first time was already something. Yet you came a second time to burn my temple. Did you really think I was just a clay idol? If I let you off today, how could I maintain authority in front of my followers in the future? I pressed my wrist down, channeling even more magical power. Immortal, please don't let him off. Fang Yu suddenly shouted loudly. Before his words had faded, a crisp crack sounded. A jet of blood shot from Wang Meng's back. A jagged white shard of bone pierced through his flesh. Exposed to the air, his spine was shattered. Wang Meng collapsed to the ground like a pile of mush. I withdrew my hand. He was now completely paralyzed. All he could do was stare at my legs with eyes full of despair and hatred. Fixated on my legs? You just asked me to kill him. I turned to Fang Yu and asked, because this man is sinister and ruthless, and has powerful connections with the spirit warden. If you let a tiger return to the mountains, he will definitely come back with reinforcements for revenge. Even if the immortal isn't afraid, it's still trouble in the end. But you're his companion. Wouldn't this be considered kicking him while he's down? I asked in a calm tone. Immortal, please see the truth. I'm not his companion, but have a deep-seated grudge against him. I took this job with the sole aim of killing him to avenge my master. So that's the real story. If you want revenge, why did you keep trying to stop him whenever he was courting disaster? Fang Yu tilted his head slightly, looking determined. First, I didn't want personal vendetta to interfere with my duties. I planned to complete the assignment before taking action. Second, true vengeance should be honorable and open. I didn't want to borrow someone else's hand to take his life. You're from the Liang family. Wang Meng collapsed on the ground, used the last of his strength to utter a name. That's right, Lin Yang was my senior apprentice brother. You got him killed. I've been waiting for a chance to avenge him every single moment. Fang Yu turned to me and kneeled on one knee, hands cupped in salute. I beg the immortal to grant your blessing, so I may personally end this villain. Aren't you afraid the spirit warden will investigate? To avenge my master, I'd gladly die 100 times without regret. I nodded slightly. If you don't even have the courage to face your enemy yourself, that would be a truly pathetic revenge. Permission granted. Fang Yu walked up and squatted down before Wang Meng. Wang Meng, your crimes are countless. You deserve more than death. I wanted an open and fair fight to the death with you, but you ended up crippled by angering the immortal. Count yourself lucky. With that, Fang Yu drew his sword and swiftly brought it down. Wang Meng died instantly on the spot. Master, at last I've avenged you. Fang Yu's face was covered in tears. Then he knelt and bowed deeply to me. Thank you, Lord of Xuanyang Palace, for making this possible. No need to thank me. I didn't cripple him for your sake. But with an official dead, the spirit warden will certainly investigate. Fang Yu already had a plan. Don't worry, immortal. There are evil spirits running wild in this area. The official died at the hands of demons, leaving no remains behind. That's nothing out of the ordinary. I'm the sole survivor. The spirit warden will have no evidence. There's nothing they can do to me. And it won't implicate you either. This guy is bold yet meticulous. And leaves no loose ends. At present, it's best I avoid a direct clash with the spirit warden. I don't owe anyone favors. What do you want? I dare not ask for a reward. I only wish to form a good connection with the immortal. Fang Yu looked me straight in the eye. I nodded slightly. This young man is loyal and righteous. A promising talent. I'll give you a chance for merit now. The white ape of Jupin Mountain. I'll take you to take it down. The reason I held back just now was because I was in Liu Kang's dream, completing the map of Jupin Mountain. Now that the map is done, it's the perfect time to rout their lair, with Fang Yu and Qiyu helping me clear out the small demons. The white ape has nowhere to run. Await orders from the immortal. Fang Yu's spirits lifted. Fang Yu hefted Wang Meng's corpse and followed me out the door. Hey, what do you mean by this? Liu Fu questioned sternly. The villagers couldn't see me. They only saw Fang Yu kill his companion, so they couldn't tell if he was friend or foe. I'm working for Xuanyang Palace now, going into the mountains to slay the monkey demon. Fang Yu replied loudly. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Step aside, make way. Liu Fu reacted instantly, realizing Fang Yu was speaking to Xuanyang Palace just now. The villagers were overwhelmed with excitement. Not only did they move aside, they spontaneously followed behind and saw Fang Yu off all the way to Jupin Mountain. Brother Fu's spirit is a formidable force. Xuanyang Palace won't be in trouble, right? The chief of Baijiagang village asked anxiously. Shut that jinx mouth of yours. No matter how fierce the demon, how could it defeat Xuanyang Palace? Liu Fu scolded angrily. Liu Fu's eyes shifted as he got an idea. All the new deity statues for the villages are ready. Why not, while Xuanyang Palace triumphs over the demon today, have several villages unite and hold a grand induction ceremony? Great idea, I'll get it arranged now. I'll invite the county magistrate to preside. The village chiefs went off to take action separately, each heading off on their tasks. The rest of the villagers stayed at the mountain pass. They eagerly awaited Xuanyang Palace's triumphant return. Let me introduce you. This is Fang Yu, an official from the Spirit Suppression Division. And this is Qiyu, my protector. Once in the mountain, I found Qiyu tailing us. I introduced the two of them to each other. When Qiyu heard the word protector, he proudly puffed out his chest and greeted us in an affected tone. Why are you here? Looking at the imperial tomb nearby, I asked. To answer the divine lord. It's because Qiyu and the others grew impatient and asked this little demon to come along for company. The imperial tomb gave Fang Yu a deep, respectful bow. But in his eyes, he couldn't hide his instinctive fear of the Spirit Suppression Division official. I originally wanted to drive him away, but on second thought, an extra hand to deal with the minions wouldn't hurt, and it would be a good opportunity to test his loyalty. I'm going to destroy the primordial spirit. Do you dare to come with me? Huang Ling hesitated for only a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, This little demon is willing to give his all. He decided to stake everything he has and gamble it all. The four of us delved deeper according to the map. The Jupin Mountains were like a maze. Luckily, we had the map to guide us. In less than half an hour, we reached the area near the white ape's den. Climbing up the slope, the scene before me was horrifying. On the towering trees in the valley hung rows of dried human corpses. The ground was piled with countless bones and pieces of flesh. The stench was overwhelming. A few monkey demons were feasting on fresh corpses. It was truly a living hell. At the center of the valley stood a gigantic tree that reached to the clouds. And up in the canopy, there was actually a huge 3-story wooden villa. That damned monkey really knows how to enjoy himself. Qiyu was extremely envious. Immortal, what's the plan? Fang Yu asked, keep watching first. Make sure the white ape is inside, then we'll move. After waiting about a stick of incense worth of time, a huge red-furred monkey appeared, holding a large bamboo basket. with a woman under each arm, both barely dressed, quietly sobbing.
He quickly climbed up the giant tree.
Great king, the chives and 2 women are delivered. Just as you ordered, we grabbed married women from Changfeng County. The red-furred monkey respectfully announced at the villa entrance. A huge white ape squeezed out of the doorway. Even though it was far away, one immediately saw the charred scar on his chest. It was definitely old Qi. Well done. Hey hey. The white ape pulled both women into his embrace, grabbed the basket and went back inside. I was speechless. This damned monkey has a very unique taste. Are we sure his surname is Qi and not Cow? Since he's home, it's time to act. I looked at Fang Yu. How strong are you? Compared to Qiyu. Fang Yu glanced at Qiyu and honestly replied, he's no match for me. Qiyu's mouth twitched, deeply hurt. All right, I'll start the fight. Fang Yu, clear the small fry and provide cover. Qiyu and Huang Ling, flank from behind. We can't let the white ape escape. Understood. I drew the Lingshu blade and ghosted toward the giant tree. The red-furred monkey at the foot of the tree sensed something and snapped his head around. Before he could even finish his words, the blade flashed. The red-furred monkey's head rolled to the ground. I leapt onto the treetop and arrived at the villa door. The villa was entirely modeled after human houses, complete with 2 wooden doors and couplets. I couldn't be bothered to study them, and simply squeezed through the door slit. Pretty ladies, don't cry. Other than being a bit hairier than you, I guarantee I'm stronger than any man. The white ape's lecherous laughter came from the next room. I quietly sneaked in, by the light of an oil lamp, and saw the white ape sprawled out on a huge bamboo bed, holding 2 desperate struggling village women in his arms. There were several bloody skulls at the head of the bed, filled with sticky clots of blood. The white ape picked up a cucumber, stirred it around in the skull, dipped it in blood clots and stuffed it into his mouth, like scallions dipped in bean sauce. I felt nauseated. Do you want a bite too? Come, I'll feed you myself. The white ape grinned wickedly and tried to shove the bloody cucumber into the woman's mouth. The woman frantically shook her head and knocked the cucumber away, preferring death. The white ape was furious and was about to pick up the cucumber when his movements suddenly froze.
He abruptly looked up at the door.
I stood holding the Lingshu blade, divine energy swirling around me, the blade cold as snow. It's you. How did you get in? Sheer terror flashed in the white ape's eyes. For that, you can thank Lady Bai. I sneered coldly, raised my blade high, and channeled all my power through it. Suddenly, the silver blade chopped down, like a furious dragon bursting from the sea, ripping through the villa with unstoppable force, aimed straight at the white ape's face. The white ape was shocked and desperately twisted aside. The blade scraped his shoulder and cut off an arm directly. Howling in pain, the white ape leapt up, not even caring about the missing arm. We can talk, Xuanyang Palace. Only a fool would talk to you. I struck again with my blade. The white ape's demonic aura exploded, forming a barrier, desperately defending himself. No more offerings. You can have Jupin Mountain too. Just spare me, okay?
Take a guess.
I gripped the blade with both hands and poured all my magic into it. With a crack, the demonic barrier shattered. But Bai Yun crashed through the wooden wall and bolted away like mad. Splinters flew everywhere, blocking my view. By the time I chased out of the villa, Bai Yun was already gone. Divine Lord, over here. Qiyu's shout came from not far away. I rushed over and saw Qiyu and Huang Ling fighting desperately to entangle the one-armed Bai Yun. Bai Yun was incredibly strong. And even with one arm, he was still beating the 2 little demons back. If he wasn't just trying to escape, Qiyu and Huang Ling would already be dead. Stop him, I shouted, quickly forming 5 thunder seals with my left hand. A surge of lightning instantly cut off all Bai Yun's escape routes. Qiyu and Huang Ling fought desperately as well, forcing him back into the center of the storm. Boom! 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 I poured out all my power without holding back, and several bolts of heavenly thunder struck right on target. When the dust settled, the white ape lay on the ground, bloody and mangled, barely clinging to life. Spare me, I'll give you a treasure. The white ape opened his mouth wide, spit out something the size of a palm, and placed it in his hand. Please, Zhuanyang Lord, take a look yourself. As I walked a few steps closer, the white ape suddenly hurled the object into the air. Universe infinity. The object instantly shot out a blinding purple beam, heading straight for my face. Just as I thought he was trying to trick me. I never let my guard down around the white ape, not even for a moment. I gripped the Lingshu blade tightly, ready for anything. The instant the white ape threw the object, I slashed out with my blade, while making a one-handed sign, and conjured up a protective shield. With my other hand, I caught the thick beam of purple energy head-on. Bang! I was shaken so hard that it took me a while to steady myself. Such terrifying force. I was secretly shocked. Neither Old Master Hui nor the white ape had ever attacked so fiercely before. If I hadn't been extra cautious, I would have been caught off guard. Luckily, this purple aura lacked follow-up strength. It dissipated quickly. The item clattered to the ground. I picked it up to take a look. It was a brass octagonal prism, carved with strange symbols. A green stone was set in the middle. It looked like a feng shui compass. I didn't have time to examine it closely. I looked up at the white ape. Its massive body had already been sliced in half by my blade. Entrails spilled everywhere. That single slash instantly killed him. Apparently, he was at the end of his rope, trying to turn the tide with this prism. Chu quietly went over and rummaged around. He dug out a bloodied core. He ran over to me like he was offering a treasure. Sir, the core. This core is slightly bigger than Old Master Hui's. It means White Ape was even stronger. You can refine it. Share some with Huang Ling. Thanks to them holding back White Ape. Otherwise, this wouldn't have gone so smoothly. I'm always fair with rewards and punishments. Huang Ling was overwhelmed with favor. The look he gave Chiyu was even more intense. Brother Chiyu. Chiyu shivered, then went and gouged out the white ape's eyeballs and handed them to me. What's this for? I was puzzled, sir. Zhao Sanling. Didn't she ask you to cure her family's rooster crowing at midnight? Grind up the demon's eyeball and take it. It's especially good for weird animal illnesses. That way she won't bother you anymore. This bird is still worried about such trivial matters. Huang Ling took a knife to skin the white ape. This white ape's fur is rare? Enough for a big cloak. Looking at this once untouchable monster, now reduced to mere materials, I felt a bit emotional. Why couldn't he just be a king in the mountains? Had to cross the line and get himself killed. Congratulations, host, task accomplished. Peacekeeping. Merit points for protecting people, plus 600. Reward received. Old Master Hui, 500. White Ape, 600. So White Ape really was stronger. These system rewards actually reflect the strength of the threats. If only I had an ability to directly see someone's power. That'd be great. The idea popped into my head. Suddenly, terrified cries from a group of monkeys echoed in the woods. Many of the monkeys were injured. They were all fleeing this way. I'm sure Fang Yu did this. Sir, what should we do with these monkeys? Qiu asked, kill them all. These monkey demons committed countless crimes alongside White Ape. The human corpses in the trees are proof. Even though White Ape is dead, since they've tasted human blood, they'll continue to harm the people. It's awesome having underlings with you. I don't even have to clear out the minions myself. I got to experience the joy of being the boss. I walked back to the ruins of the giant treehouse that had collapsed. Two battered women were struggling to crawl out. Terrified, they clung to each other. Don't be afraid, I'm from Zhuanyang Palace. That white ape has been slain by me. I thought they'd be grateful, but instead the two women looked at each other. Timidly asked, you're not a demon, are you? They've actually never heard of me. You aren't from around here. Sir, we are from Sani Town in Changfeng County. Changfeng County is on the west side of Jupin Mountain. Shiakai County is on the east side. The two counties are separated by the mountain. Rarely do they interact. The two women tearfully complained. People from Changfeng are often taken by Lord Yuan Hu. Dozens disappear every year, at least. None ever return. The authorities have sent people into the mountain to strike at the demons many times. But the terrain is complicated. Toxic miasma fills the area. And they always come back empty-handed. The two of them were captured a few days ago while working in the fields. Almost got abused by the white ape. Thank you, sir, for saving our lives. The two women sobbed as they knelt and bowed. I'm a deity, not a king. I corrected them. The two women trembled all over, stunned. I suddenly understood. No wonder so many dried corpses hang on the trees. This white ape was very cunning, knows not to harm his own territory. He camps near Shiakai County, but goes to Changfeng County to grab people. People in Changfeng couldn't find him, and the authorities in his lair, Shiakai County, don't care about matters in Changfeng County. He had it all worked out. Too bad he messed with the wrong person. Seeing the two women barely covered, I had Wang Ling find them some clothes to change into and escort them back to Changfeng County. Treat it as doing me a favor. You're too kind, sir. This humble demon will do my best. Wang Ling was overwhelmed with favor. I decided to see this good deed through. Used a blessing to heal their wounds, then had Wang Ling take them away. Intense fighting could be heard nearby. I jumped up onto the treetop. I saw Fang Yu wielding a blue steel sword, being surrounded by several monkey demons, including two red-haired apes. Fang Yu's swordplay was solid, with steady attack and defense. More interestingly, his left hand seemed to be holding some kind of magical tool, occasionally releasing a faint purple aura, knocking the monkeys back. This kid has good combat instincts, just lacking in cultivation. What is that purple aura magic tool? I was curious, seeing him surrounded. I called out, "Need help?" "No need, immortal. I can handle it. You focus on the white ape." Fang Yu shouted without even looking back. This buddy is pretty straightforward. I drew my blade and jumped down, slicing a red-haired ape in half with a single swing. The other monkey demons were terrified, scattered in all directions. The white ape is already dead. I said to the stunned Fang Yu, "Quit staring. Clean up these small fry." "Yes, sir." Fang Yu snapped out of it. He followed me to hunt down the remaining enemies. We returned to the white ape's corpse. Fang Yu looked at the terrifying gash and gasped. A peak stage tier 3 monster was instantly killed like this. I thought for a moment, how did you identify him as a peak stage tier 3 Fang Immortal? I practiced Taoist insight techniques, able to see the aura radiating from living beings. The white ape gave off a bright yellow aura. That's the mark of a peak stage tier 3 monster. Bright yellow aura. I stared at the corpse for a long time, but saw nothing at all. Chiu spoke up for me. "Where's the light?" "I don't see anything." Fang Yu smiled and replied, "That's a Taoist magic ability. You demons have your own ways of identifying strength, but your realm isn't high enough, so you probably haven't realized yet." Chiu scoffed in defiance. "Then tell me, what realm am I in?" I followed up. "Immortal, you're way out of my league." Fang Yu gave a bitter smile. "My insight technique, at most, can see through beings one realm above me. The immortal's divine power is unfathomable. How could someone like me ever understand it?" "So that's how it is." I kept asking questions. Other martial artists have similar identification techniques. "The Divine Lord is testing you." Chi Yu rushed to answer again. I couldn't be bothered to reply. "I really don't get it. I need this kid to explain it to me." Yes, every sect has their own secret arts like this. They're pretty much the same. Like the heavenly eye ability in the Buddhist sect? Fang Yu responded truthfully. I nodded slightly. Looks like this world's cultivation system is way more complex than I imagined. Any remaining questions? I'll ask him slowly after we get back. You guys clean up the battlefield, then head back. I instructed Chi Yu and Fang Yu to go clear out the collapsed super treehouse. Both of them acted like treasure hunters, digging out lots of items and handing them to me. Mostly materials and pills used by the demon clan for cultivation. I wasn't interested and just threw them all to Chi Yu. Don't keep it all to yourself. Threw away all the stuff from Huangling's evil cultivators. Chi Yu looked so happy he nearly lost his mind. I couldn't help but remind the Divine Lord, don't worry, little demon, so I don't have to keep sorting through the spoils. This white ape actually has pretty good taste. Little teapots, tobacco pipes, cricket cages, everything is here. If Bai Yan became a wealthy recluse in the mountains and stayed away from the world, wouldn't that be nice? Fang Yu sighed. I wholeheartedly agreed. Huang-level magical weapon, Ziai Wu San, can be exchanged for 200 merit points. Would you like to exchange it? I picked up what looked like an ordinary mini wooden umbrella. The system popped up a notification. This is spiritual energy. I tried infusing mana. The umbrella instantly got stronger. This is Ziai Wu-san? Fang Yu was a bit surprised. It's recorded in the Zhenling Department's illustrated handbook. This is a spiritual energy often used by Demon Clan evil cultivators. It's dripped into wooden boxes. During the 100-day refining process, every day. It has to be watered with fresh blood, ideally human blood. As he spoke, he took the umbrella, quietly exerting force. The umbrella folded and opened instantly. Its surface turned bright red. A strong smell of blood rushed over. After putting it away, the abnormal look disappeared. Pretty amazing. Do you know how to use it? I asked. I only know a little. This thing must be refined with a blood sacrifice to unleash its power. Such ominous objects. Immortal, it's best to destroy it. Okay, I'll destroy it in a bit. I planned to throw it into the system when no one was looking. Recycling this umbrella actually got me motivated to find more loot. I dug up another item. A black skull that looks like it's coated in tar. It felt icy cold to the touch. Purple bride's head. Royal level magical weapon. Even Feng Yu didn't recognize it this time. Just hearing that name made me not want to study it. I tossed both the skull and Ziai Wu-san straight into the system. Successfully sold 3 spiritual items. Completed the turning trash into treasure quest. Reward: 1 chance to draw a new divine power. Would you like to use it? Counting the rain banner from earlier. That's exactly 3 items. These quest tasks are really bizarre, but the rewards are just too good. All my current divine powers are super practical. I couldn't wait and hit the draw button. Congratulations, host has learned a new divine power. Demon expulsion, demon expulsion. Can target and remove all abnormal states related to evil spirits. Seems pretty useful according to the description. I'm very satisfied. Seeing them still picking through trash. I strolled around the ruins. Saw the couplet on those 2 door panels. The upper line, cultivate for 1,000 years to seek enlightenment. The lower line, wander the 3 realms to refine the mundane. That's some bold talk, but it fits me pretty well. While wandering around, I noticed the white mist all over. Was gathering in one direction. I followed it to its source. Deep in the forest, I found a small pond. The pond wasn't big, pitch black like ink, bubbling like boiling water, blub blub blub, rolling out thick white mist. This must be the spiritual spring Liu Kang mentioned, where the monkey demons used to cultivate. But where did the miasma come from? I got closer to the water. Turns out the miasma is rising from the bottom. This spiritual spring is like this because there's a coffin at the bottom. A woman's voice suddenly rang out. I looked up, instantly feeling a chill. A ragged, fair-faced young woman was actually skewered like barbecue. On a thick bamboo pole from bottom to top, standing stiff and upright not far away, there was a faint demon aura emanating from her. You're a demon. I'm a primordial spirit. What's going on here? I made a mistake, and my father pinned me here. He stuffed a heavy gold stone inside me, so I can't show my true form, nor can I move. I can only wait for death. Your father Jidu can read. Who is so cruel? My soul was shocked. What mistake did you make? I had an affair with a human, and even brought him here. You're Baiji. If it weren't for that distinctive name, I honestly wouldn't remember who you are. The woman weakly opened her eyes. Liu Kang, the main deity of Liu family village in Xuanyang Palace, told me about you. Liu Kang. A wave of emotion flashed across Baiji's ashen face. He's doing well for sure, better than me. That's good. I was really worried he'd get poisoned by the miasma. Baiji's eyes turned moist. It was you who saved him. Thank you, Divine Lord. I was lost for words. Liu Kang said Baiji was deeply devoted to him. I didn't believe it at first, but now I do. Just because of this. Your father tortured you like this. Baiji gave a bitter smile. My father has many children. I am the most insignificant one. He'd kill me without a bit of pity. Why is Xuanyang Palace here? I killed your father. I figured that out. If you could walk here unharmed, he must have had something happen to him. Baiji let out a sigh. Did Liu Kang say anything when he mentioned me? Should I help you down first? Looking at your miserable state, it's really uncomfortable. Thank you for your kindness, Divine Lord. But this bamboo pole has pierced my soul. Once it's pulled out, I'll be utterly destroyed, Baiji said with sorrow. My father was going to let me suffer cruel punishment for 7 days, before he allowed me to die. He also cursed me with the transformation insect, constantly gnawing at my flesh and blood. That old monkey really is a fucking beast. I beg you, Divine Lord, please have mercy, and give me a quick death. Just take me down and that's it. Any last words? Since I can't save you, I won't pretend to be overly compassionate. What did Liu Kang actually say? He still can't let it go. He said he's really sad. He came several times, but was blocked outside the mountain by poisonous miasma and couldn't get in. All he could do was stare at the entrance. Really? A startling brilliance flashed in Baiji's once dim eyes. She said it herself. I lied. Liu Kang never came to look for her. When I went to find her, she was eating pig's head meat, sipping on some liquor. But when facing a pitiful spirit about to die, I just couldn't bring myself to expose her. Even deities don't always have to tell the truth. Baiji smiled. A faint flush of red even appeared on her pale face. Thank you, I can leave at peace now. Before we begin, can you tell me the origin of this spring? Baiji nodded. She spoke slowly and gently. Turns out the white ape set up camp here, all for the sake of this spiritual spring. This spring reflects the balance of yin and yang. During the day, it releases spiritual energy and absorbs foul energy, while at night, it expels turbid energy and absorbs spiritual energy. A continuous cycle. The miasma that sealed Jupin Mountain comes from here. Originally, the miasma would just condense without spreading. But after the white ape claimed it, it catalyzed it using demonic power, causing the miasma to shroud the entire mountain area. It became a natural barrier for his lair. This spiritual spring is endlessly abundant, not only serving the white ape's cultivation, but also giving rise to quite a few lesser monsters. But because the spiritual energy is limited, Bai Yan's subordinates aren't many, and their strength is quite low. Not even one of them can take human form. Below the spring lies a blazing fire. Water gushes out from the center, so deep it's unfathomable. 10 days ago, the spring suddenly stopped emitting spiritual energy and started spewing miasma all day instead. That's how it became like this. Bai Yan went underwater to investigate and discovered a coffin wedged at the entrance to a rift at the bottom. The spring's corruption is clearly related to that. Old Qi tried to move or destroy the coffin, but the water's current was fierce, making it impossible to reach it. Plus, the coffin is protected by some mysterious force, so he had to give up. While he was going crazy over it, the traffic officer from Heilongtan came to see him. That traffic officer tried to help, but also got nowhere. So he urged him to take advantage of Master Hu's death and demand tribute from Julong Town. If they agreed, it could be maintained for now. If not, the two would join forces to take over Julong Town. My father was just a petty tyrant without much ambition. But with the spring destroyed,
He basically lost his foundation.
so he had to take the traffic officer's advice. That's how everything else happened. Some of this I heard from others, and some of it I witnessed myself when I served as a guard. Baiji continued her story. That guy from Lo Town, Heilongtan. There's real camaraderie there. I asked as Baiji lowered her head, her voice barely audible. That thatched hut by the spring. I served him there several times. Some scales dropped inside. Go to Zhuanyang Palace and you'll see. I nodded. I've told you everything I know. Divine One, please send me off. Any last words? Baiji was silent for a moment. Then she smiled and said, if possible, please tell Liu Kang for me. I died for him. I promise. I sighed inwardly. I stepped forward and snapped the bamboo stick supporting her body. Her strength faded away. Baiji's spirit shattered instantly, dissipating as a blue mist. Her human body also reverted to a small white ape. Take care of her burial, Divine One. Qi, you had approached without us noticing. All right, I'll leave it to you. You heard her last words? Tell Liu Kang when we get back. And make sure to keep your promise. But I really don't want to see that cowardly loser again. I started heading towards the spring. Fan Yu followed behind. Inside the thatched hut, we found several big, golden, translucent scales. They had a strong smell of fish. Thinking of what Baiji went through here, forced to serve that stinky monster, I couldn't help but feel nauseous. Immortal, that's not a true dragon. Most likely it's a carp spirit. Fang Yu examined the scale closely. It's true that fish can leap and transform into flood dragons. But looking at these scales, it's still a long way from being a real dragon. Before he finished, Chi Yu's shout came from outside. "Who's there?" We rushed out of the hut, just in time to see Chi Yu chasing into the depths of the woods. A fish who slipped through the net. I stayed put and had Fang Yu follow to check. Soon they both returned. Chi Yu excitedly set a bulging sack right in front of me. I opened it up and found it stuffed with smooth, shiny stones the size of pigeon eggs. I picked one up, immediately feeling spiritual energy circulate through me. I heard noise in the woods just now. Thought it was a monkey demon, so I gave chase. Turned out the guy looked human, but hunched over like a shrimp, bawling at me while running. Then tossed the sack into the river and disappeared. Chi Yu described it animatedly. I rummaged through the pile of stones, and suddenly found one that looked exactly like the golden scale from the hut. "Got it," Fang Yu shouted. "That must have been sent by the monster's underling. He must be lurking nearby." Terrified after seeing the immortal wipe out the ape, scared out of his wits, trying to make peace, but too afraid to show up out of fear he'd be killed as an evil spirit. So he sent someone to deliver gifts instead. A bag of stones as a gift? I was speechless. "Immortal, these are spirit stones." "What are spirit stones?" Fang Yu slapped his forehead. "You're testing me again, aren't you?" I covered my face seriously. Even Fang Yu has learned this excuse now. After Fang Yu's science lesson, I finally understood. Spirit stones are rare minerals formed from absorbing the essence of sun and moon. Demons and martial artists can use them directly for cultivation, because their quality is consistent. In the martial world, especially among the upper circles, spirit stones are the hard currency. After all, for high-level martial artists, mundane commerce is meaningless. You can't buy spiritual techniques with money. Even though this bag is full of low-grade spirit stones, they're still extremely valuable.